Everyone, I'd like to call this meeting of the Cranston Planning Commission to order. First item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the March 5th regular meeting. Commissioner Frias.
Thank you. I have various revisions to these minutes. I pass it out to all the members present. I won't go in detail through them all, but I will summarize them. On page 2, I made some revisions, providing more detail as to the questions I was asking and the answers that were given to me by Mr. Collins at the school department and by the fire chief. I provide some detail as to the issue about the charter school in particular. On page 3, I provided some additional detail here, again, from questions from public comment or questions that I asked and comments that I made or responses to questions I asked. Again, related to the capital improvement program. Page 4, some more information, particularly in regards to the dog park, an explanation, a statement as to why I made the amendment regarding the charter school. And then lastly, on page 7, which is the substantive and most important amendment, on the Suhin Rethi application, the minutes reflected that we had made a positive recommendation when in fact we had made a negative recommendation of 6-2. So this is a very substantive change, and that is all I have on the minutes of March 5th. If you have them, I know they're more extensive, but I also noted, for example, on one of these, Ms. Mancini did not vote on the matter. I know that from sitting next to her on page 7. So I just went through this in detail. I actually sat through this meeting again on YouTube to make sure I got this correct.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Frias to amend the minutes according to the notes that he's passed out. Is there a second? Commissioner Exter, is there any discussion on the proposed amendments to the minutes?
The one on page 7. If you're asking about the one on page 7, you may recall this was the discussion. You weren't here, Rob, but Mr. Pimentel had an extensive discussion about this with Ms. Lamphere. Mr. Barcella was involved about a residence on Narragansett Street in Providence. So it went 2-6 the first time, and then it went 6-2 negative.
Yeah, correct. It went negative because the consultant and his attorney took a different view of the law than the board did.
Happens occasionally. Okay, seeing no discussion, all in favor of the motion to amend the minutes?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And please record me as abstaining. As Commissioner Frias pointed out, I was not at that meeting. Okay, so next up are the minutes of the special meeting on March 14th. Commissioner Frias.
There are 3 pages. There's revisions on all 3 pages. On the first page is basically indicating what I said at the public meeting as to the regarding whether or not it was appropriate to have a special meeting on the topic of the charter school. On the second page, I simply pointed out, added additional information from the public comment made by Ms. Taveras and Mr. Stikos. Again, I reviewed the YouTube video to make sure I got this correct. And on page 3, I simply indicated, added to the minutes, why the reason I voted against the charter school being included in the capital improvement project, which again is based on what I said on YouTube. So those were the revisions I had to the March 14th minutes. And I make a motion to amend them based on on the changes I have passed out to the members.
Is there a second? Commissioner Zadella seconds. Any discussion? All in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
I would also like to propose an amendment, very simple. On page 3. In the 5th paragraph, in the 3rd to last line, it states that I said taxpayer funds will be used for a different cause. I was specifically referring to state taxpayer funds that would be used as the reimbursement to the city. So I'd just like to insert the word state in front of taxpayer funds to clarify that that was a statement about state taxpayer funds.
Second. To your motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor of that second amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and then the third set of minutes is the regular meeting from April 3rd. Regular meeting, Commissioner Frias.
This is very simple. This is on page 3. And it's simply indicating what I asked about in relation to stations for electric vehicles and what Mr. Murray said. And I make a motion to amend the minutes accordingly.
Is there a second? Commissioner Exter, seconded. Any discussion? All in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, can I request that these documents be sent to me tomorrow so that we can incorporate these changes and then get these posted to the web?
I will send them tomorrow morning, and I'll also include Mr. Coop's one amendment state.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, so we have, actually, it occurs to me, we have amended these minutes, but we have not approved the amended versions of the minutes. So I'd like to just make sure we cross all of our Ts and dot all of our Is. Would someone make a motion, please, to approve the March 5th regular meeting minutes as amended? Commissioner Zadelis makes a motion, second. Commissioner Mancini, all in favor? Any opposed? And for the minutes of the special meeting on March 14th, is there a motion to approve the minutes as amended? Commissioner Zadelis, second. Commissioner Exter, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And as to the April 13th regular meeting minutes as amended. I'm sorry, April 3rd. Second, Commissioner Mancini, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next up is an ordinance recommendation 04-2401. Ordinance and amendment of chapter 17 entitled zoning.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let us take a look at this. This is a rezone that we have seen 2 times previous, back in 2017 and in 2021. The request is to rezone the terminus of Sage Drive from A80 to A20. It's roughly a nearly 10-acre parcel. And we took a look at this. Here is the map. You can see in red, that's the parcel, zoned A80. Here's a blow up of that. You can see I was at the terminus of Sage Drive. This is the future land use map. It was approved in 2012. It had identified this parcel to have the same density as the abutting residential neighborhood. That density prescription would be A20. This is the formula that gets us to the A20 district, 3.63 units per acre to 1 unit per acre. It's consistent with A20. Shows us the lot here. In the aerial, we can see where some of the lot has been roughed out for a potential street location, though none of that has been constructed at this point. That was a older street view from 2 or 3 years ago. And for context, with this rezone, applicant had shown us a potential subdivision. This is not the subdivision proposal, but this was a concept that was brought out in 2021 that shows additional houses. Staff has, in their analysis, we've made it clear that the zone change from A80 to A20 is explicitly prescribed in the zone change. Page 44 of the land use plan. Appendix A of the comprehensive plan, which is a matrix of all the lots that would need rezoning under the future land use map scheme. In there, it shows expressly changing the lot from A80 to A20. We felt that when we made this change, the City Planning Commission, City Council considered this change back when we did the last comprehensive plan, that the zone change would be consistent with the abutting A20 single-family neighborhood. Staff makes a positive recommendation on this rezoning request. Our recommendation has not changed. Our analysis has not changed since the 2021 hearings on this. So that is our recommendation.
Okay, would the applicant like to make a presentation?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Elizabeth Noonan. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Adler, Pollock, and Sheehan.
Is the light on, Beth?
It is.
Do you have to hold it? Okay, just make sure it's nice and close.
Can't hear me? No.
The-
I'm here on behalf of the property owner, John Casali, who is present here this evening. I also have with me Ed Pimentel, who had previously testified regarding this and has done a comprehensive plan consistency analysis. To give you a little bit of history, after the last denial by the City Council following this commission's positive recommendation, litigation ensued. We have filed and petitioned to the court for relief. Subsequent or during that process, I had the opportunity to speak with some of the city solicitors, and we have come to a consent order that was entered into the litigation, has stayed the litigation. And part of that consent order, I believe you should, if you don't have a copy of it, I can give it to you. But it talks about how the council's denial was inconsistent with the comp plan. Paragraph 1 says the council's denial of plaintiff's petition to rezone his property located at Plat 35 Lot 2 from A80 to A20 is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, which expressly calls for the property to be rezoned to A20 upon the request of the landowner. And this has been entered into the court in that pending litigation matter. Since that time, we've also refiled the application with substantially the same plan that Mr. Pizzullo showed you, 8 lots on this approximately 9.5 acre lot. So again, we're here for you, this is the first time I've appeared before you on this application, but to ask for the positive recommendation, consistency with the comp plan. We're scheduled to go before the ordinance committee next week. So I think without belaboring the presentation too much, I know you have other matters, I'd like Mr. Pimentel to give his report, which he had, again, done this previously, but now has updated with a report dated May 1st, 2024.
Good evening. For the record, Edward Pimentel, P as in Paul, Imentel. So as your planning director has already entered into the record, the first thing in realizing consistency when you're seeking a development is consistency with the future land use map. From both a use and density perspective, the current density of the property as classified and designated in your future land use map is 1 unit to 3.63 units per acre, or a range of 9 to an excess of 30 units. What we're seeking is not even in the low range. We're seeking less than the low range. We're seeking 8 units, not even below that's permitted by your own comprehensive plan. We're looking at a density of 1.25 acres. Obviously, what the comprehensive states is consistent is the A20. That is what we're asking for, because that's what the comprehensive plan calls for. But what we're stating is we're developing it at a density of 1.25 acres. In support of that, because there are supporting goals and objectives, so Housing Action Program Goal number 6 talks about when reviewing zoning in existing residential neighborhoods, and this is called for because as a matter of law, every time you amend a comprehensive plan or prepare a comprehensive plan, in addition to the future land use map, you also need to prepare an inconsistencies map. And what you do is you compare the current zoning to the future to make determinations as to whether the visions and goals and objectives are being realized. Sometimes we anticipate an area to be developed in a certain manner and it goes in a different direction. So we realize that the zoning should be changed or whatever. We rendered that in and put that on an inconsistency map. This community took great effort to determine and conclude what the inconsistencies were. And as your planning director noted, there was an appendices. And the importance of that appendices was that when we talk about a classification, typically a classification takes into consideration several different zoning designations, but the appendice got very, very specific, and it noted that this specific parcel should be the A20. So in support of that, it says that in reviewing zoning in existing residential neighborhoods, to ensure the zoning matches as closely as possible, which has already been built. There are literally several hundreds of lots in Alpine Estates, all developed at a ½ density. Once again, we're not even asking to go to 50% of that. I mean, to even half of that, or double of that. We're talking an acre and a quarter on density, and considering averages of what's in this vast, high density neighborhood from the perspective of Western Cranston. So I think this is very appropriate. It's obviously in accordance with the law, and the actions we seek will realize consistency with your future land use map.
And Ed, just for the record, I mean, you've put together a report, and in your conclusion, do you find that changing the zoning from the A80 to A20 is consistent with the comprehensive plan of the city of Cranston?
Yes, and we'll finally realize consistency. I mean, by Rhode Island general law, it's incumbent on a community to correct its inconsistencies. Obviously, it's a normal tact to allow a property owner to come forward and do that because of the huge expense and laborious expense, given the amount of inconsistencies that they concluded. But it's supposed to be concluded within 18 months of determining the inconsistency. Obviously, we're years beyond that, but we're here now asking to do what should have been done sometime in the past.
Thank you, Ed. If there weren't any questions for Ed, that is essentially our presentation. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir here. Both the planning director and this commission have in the past found this an appropriate change and have granted a favorable recommendation to the council. And so that's what we're asking for again this evening. It's the same comp plan, it's the same plan, it's the same set of circumstances that are present, just the passage of time. This was referred obviously to you from the city council. Next week, we are scheduled to go before the ordinance committee. We'd like to move this along, and then we'd be back in front of you for the consideration of the subdivision of this 8-lot subdivision.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, as this is a public hearing, I will simply ask any member of the public who wishes to speak to come up, state your name and address for the record. Please ensure that the microphone is turned on and you are speaking clearly into the microphone. Before we start, Commissioner Lanfear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could just ask if we could clarify the travel of this matter. Ms. Noonan indicated that it had come before the Planning Commission and was voted on by the commission for a positive recommendation. I was on the commission at that time, as you were, Mr. Chairman. I think the remaining members of the commission were not on at that time. This matter came to us as an ordinance proposal, my recollection originally in September of 2021. It was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission. There was no one from the public who spoke that evening. It went to Ordinance Committee, and the Ordinance Committee remanded it to the Planning Commission, finding that there were some questions about notice, and in order to be certain that everyone received adequate notice, it was then re-noticed and came before the Planning Commission on, I believe it was November 2nd, 2021. And the official minutes of the Planning Commission from that date include, upon motion by Commissioner Vincent, seconded by Commissioner Macarone, the City Plan Commission voted 5-1 to make no specific recommendation to the City Council Ordinance Committee. And then I believe the rest of the travel of the case, then going to litigation that Ms. Noonan spoke of, is accurate. But I think perhaps council or even our planning director could provide whether my recitation of that is correct.
It's correct.
I will ask the planning director or our council, because although I vaguely recall, I don't remember with that much detail, so I can't affirm.
Yeah, I would just add to that is it came before us in 2017 too, and a positive recommendation happened in 17. I believe it's 17 with a 6-2 or 6-3 vote in 2017. And then I agree with you in 2021 or 2020, that's also what happened. Oh,
I apologize if I misspoke on that. I did not represent, as I said, this is the first time I've represented the applicant. I knew that there had been previous positive recommendations, and I may have misspoke on that one, Commissioner. Sorry.
is that clear?
Yes,
Okay.
I just wanted the complete
Yeah,
travel to be
no.
before the commission.
Understood.
Okay. So at this point, let's move into the public comment. So again, please state your name and address for the record and speak into the microphone.
Hello, my name is Janice Cataldo. I live on Sage Drive in Cranston. I know that there are other members of the public who want to speak, but they're on Zoom, so I would like to make sure there's an opportunity for those people who are on Zoom as well to have a chance to speak. And you are correct. I am against the decision to change the zone, Sage zoning, even though it's in the comprehensive plan. Not only because the developer chopped the trees on his lot and threatened the ordinance committee, but because of the impact on 4 important issues for Cranston: schools, the tax base, housing, and infrastructure. The Department of Ed determined that to effectively serve the students in Orchard Farms, the capacity should be 360. 3 years ago, when we were here, the school was at 466. If we ever needed to replace Orchard Farms or Hope Highlands, the Department of Ed had a replacement cost back when it was built at $24 million for each of those schools. On the tax base issue, we can prove that every home sold in this area was to a family with average of 2 children. To educate those children at a cost per family would be $38,000 per family annually. And the school, which we just found out, is almost 60% of the city's budget. That's why the taxpayers are here tonight to testify. On infrastructure issues, any land development impacts the city's infrastructure, water, sewer, and traffic. We believe any rezoning to add homes and removing trees will not only impact the water table, but traffic as well. There's already been flooding in Alpine Estates. Alpine buffers the Situate watershed, and studies recommended a 2-acre zoning for those areas in the watershed to maintain a low density to protect the water quality. Also, this isn't scientific, but we went out and counted cars that came along in front of Alpine in a 90-minute session. It was 400 cars. But scientifically, the Rhode Island Traffic Analysis Map of 2016, which is 8 years ago, said that the average daily traffic in a 24-hour period on Situate Avenue across the entrance to Alpine was 73,000 vehicles on that route, which is one of the highest numbers of vehicles passing in Cranston, only comparable to the highway at entrances. The other issue is housing. 14 years ago, the comprehensive language continually outlined concerns about Weston Cranston development and rapid growth, but that growth has continued. Here's what planning said. The preservation of existing undeveloped land, capacity, and traffic are Weston Cranston's concerns due to that high growth trend. Mr. Pizzullo himself stated in his report, we need to rewrite the comprehensive plan and not update the old one because it's outdated and doesn't consider the rapid Weston Cranston growth. Mr. Berry also testified to himself that there are thousands of undeveloped acres in Weston Cranston, but it's highly unlikely that they will be rezoned. But why are we here again when nothing has changed and these issues persist? When you consider your role on this commission, please remember these promises to address the rapid Weston Cranston growth and not pave over this beautiful area. And I am a resident of Cranston. I'm not sure everybody who's going to testify who came here is a resident of Cranston.
Everything that Kathleen said is completely accurate.
Excuse me, sir. Please state your name and
Yep,
address.
Vin McChrystal, 65 Sage Drive.
Thank you.
So just in case anyone didn't hear me, everything she said is accurate. I was here and witnessed it. Just want to go through a little bit of the history and talk a little bit about the comprehensive plan, just so that we're all on the same page about it. So understand this has been going on for 30 years. In 1994, the prior owner tried to get the exact same zoning change. And the residents came out, and with the commissions and councils, we defeated it. In 1995 is when the current owner purchased the property. And then he has come back numerous times to try to get the change in the zoning. This has been, as I said, 30 years. This has been going on. But planning department, in its infinite wisdom, put it into the comprehensive plan in 2010. Now, they had to have known that the residents did not want this. Again, we've been fighting it for 30 years, and yet it went in there. As I always say, to me, the comprehensive plan is done in the dark of night when no one's paying attention. And if you don't think that's true, we've been fighting this for 30 years and have defeated it every time. Do you think we would have said something if we knew it was going into the comprehensive plan? In the last 5 years, the developer has threatened residents, taxpayers, by saying he would put in a pig farm or a mosque if we didn't stand down, if we didn't support him. And that was said right in front of his property to a group of neighbors. He made the property an eyesore. I called it a war zone in the paper. That's what it looked like. By cutting trees, leaving stumps, put up an ugly chain link fence, and a plywood billboard, which still stands there today. And then he famously threatened the ordinance committee with a livestock farm or a religious building. This is who, if you vote for this, you're supporting. I want to say too that there is a domino effect here. There is the property on Sage Drive, there's a property on Peppermill, and there's a property on Caraway, all in Alpine Estates. It's 25 acres in total. This is Sage Drive. Peppermill came forward to the committees and was defeated back in 2021. And Caraway, the owner of Caraway, is normally at this meetings to see what's going to happen, because as soon as it's allowed, he's coming here to get his zoning changed as well. I want to sort of close on something that Fred Vincent, who you mentioned, Planning Commission comments in April 2021 when the Peppermill application was here. And the Peppermill application is exactly the same. It's 6 acres of land on another street that abuts Alpine Estates, and they want the zoning change from A80 to A20. So what Fred said was, there was a discussion about the comprehensive plan being binding. And Fred said this, and I quote from the meeting minutes, that Mr. Vincent supports the director's point that the comprehensive plan is a mandatory requirement for adoption of the zoning code and all land use decisions be consistent. However, I, meaning Mr. Vincent, do not believe that the comprehensive plan is a static document. That's why the state requires municipalities to amend it and to review it every 10 years. And as you know, ours is hopelessly late in that. I think we've gained a lot of insight since 1986 when Alpine Estates was developed. None of us could have foreseen the impact from all those homes on the natural environment, and conditions now are different. I don't feel this developer is deprived the use of his land because he could come in under A80 zoning for the development of that site. In that respect, I concur with the many residents that he bought it under A80 and he should be able to develop it. It has options without this rezone. For that reason, I do not favor this rezoning. That was said by someone sitting in your chair. And that statement from Mr. Vincent is applicable tonight. I'll leave you with this thought. If the comprehensive plan is the Bible and can't be challenged, why do we have these meetings? What's the point? As Fred Vincent said, it's not a static document. It can be changed because the situation changes. So I ask that you vote this down tonight. Thanks.
Joe Narcissi, 22 Caraway Drive, Cranston. Thank you for listening to us tonight. As we've gone over many of the reasons why we're against this, I won't rehash all those. My main point that I want to address is that consistency with the neighboring properties in and of itself is not reason to rezone this property. There has been no other reason brought forth as why this should be done that would affect the community in a positive way, whereas there has been a number of reasons why this would affect the community in a negative way. And one of the things in the consent order mentioned by the council here, part of what was ordered, and this was on the documents attached for tonight's meeting, the plaintiff was allowed to reapply for this rezoning, but it says that he was allowed to reapply because of its mention in the comprehensive plan, but nothing else contained herein shall constrain the defendants, which is the city, from conducting their normal review of a petition for zone change, nor shall this consent order otherwise compel the defendants to approve a petition submitted by the plaintiff. So he has earned his right to come before you and present again, as this has not passed the past several times it's come here. Nothing has changed since then. All of the reasons why it should not proceed remain the same. And as before, consistency with a very old plan is not in and of itself a reason to move this forward. So I just ask that you please once again evaluate this objectively and do right by the city. Thank you.
Evening, everyone. Steve Rugas, 33 Caraway Drive. I'm speaking to suggest that you look at this for a negative recommendation out of this committee. I'd like to thank my neighbors for many of the comments that they made, which I support. The Rhode Island law looking at comprehensive planning and land use act was recently updated, parts of it on March 1st, 2024. It indicates that a municipality shall periodically review and amend its plan in a timely manner to account for changing conditions. They recommend that this happens once every 10 years. As noted, this was done in 2010. It's important to note that in the compliance and implementation section, they say that nothing shall be deemed to preclude municipalities from imposing limitations on the number of building permits or other land use approvals to be issued at any one time, provided that they are at least at minimum consistent with the municipality's comprehensive plan and are based on a reasonable, rational assessment of the municipality's sustainable capacity for growth. I would argue that the matters brought forward, the documents do not provide any evidence of that, don't give us an insight into whether that is actually true and whether we've had the burden to show that that's actually what this does. There's a Rhode Island Comprehensive Planning Standards Manual that is provided to all municipalities to help with their planning. And it indicates that the data should be adequate, uniform, and valid, and that any data must be sufficiently recent to still be valid. It'd be hard to argue that 14 years data, and actually it was, some of the data was prior to 2010, because that's when it was finalized and approved, would still be valid today when we know, for example, as was mentioned, the capacity in our schools is very limited. And in fact, the school committee has mentioned things about needing to rethink about the elementary and middle schools. Those are resources that are actually called for within the comprehensive plan. They say that one of the principles that it was based on was to protect and stabilize the existing residential neighborhoods by basing land use decisions on neighborhood needs and quality of life. So that is explicitly called for in this document, which we're saying we're still using, even though it is over the 10-year mark where it should be reviewed. In addition, the goals and policy statement of that comprehensive plan indicate that to promote orderly growth and development that recognizes the natural characteristics of the land and sustainability for use, and the availability of existing and proposed public or private services and facilities to support that orderly growth. Many of the concerns that we are raising are because we do not believe, based on things that were mentioned, that we actually are able to sustain this growth with this zoning change requirement. I believe that that is one of the major glaring omissions in the analysis that was provided to you in the comprehensive plan consistency analysis. And for those reasons, I hope that you will vote this motion with a negative recommendation out of this committee. Thank you.
Mildred Morera, 25 Caraway Drive. As a resident of Alpine Estates, I am opposed to this zoning change. I am not opposed to the building and development under the current zoning restrictions of A80. My husband and I have lived in Alpine Estates for 36 years. Alpine has experienced significant development in its infrastructure capacity in those 36 years. Originally, the development consisted of approximately 190 homes, with streets branching off one exit and one entrance. Alpine Estates Drive. With development over those 36 years, the total number of homes in Alpine Estates with one entrance and one exit, Alpine Estates Drive, is approximately 450 homes, still using one entrance and one exit. This is a major concern. As development in Western Cranston continues to increase, the schools, the police, and fire departments are being burdened. As a retired teacher of Cranston Public Schools, I am aware of the burden placed upon the teacher in an overcrowded classroom and the negative impact that an overcrowded classroom has on teaching and learning. With the overcrowding that already exists at Orchard Farms Elementary School, and the traffic concerns in Alpine Estates, please consider our valid concerns. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no one else in the room who's here to speak on this matter, I'd like to ask if there's anyone online who wishes to address this issue.
Account name Osberg.
Can you hear me? Hello?
We can, yes.
Okay, hi, this is Annette Osberg. I live at on Belle Isle Way. Thank you for being here, and I support my fellow neighbors' comments. I'd like to go through some very quick history about Zero Sage. Prior to Tom Casal buying this property, this came up on a proposal to change from A80 to A20. It failed, so the previous owner sold the parcel at an auction very, very cheaply. Casal has testified in writing, it's part of the transcript, that he knows politics. So what does he do? He asks Jason Pizzullo to change this lot in the comprehensive plan from A80 to A20. Now, he says the council approved it, but do we honestly think the council realized that they were approving changing a zones change regarding a development where neighbors were so adamantly opposed to changing this? And as Jason has testified, he changed it at the request of the developer and added it to the comprehensive plan. Is this supposed to be how this works? One lone employee gets to change the zoning and everybody else has to go along with it. Are we supposed to believe that nobody in planning knew that a previous council had voted it down, but then snuck it in the plan when none of the neighbors would know about it? And if you've been to any of the meetings previously where this has come up, there has been a large number of people there, and it's just like we're getting beat down by this. I cannot tell you how many meetings I've gone to. So do you get to go behind the planning commission and city council and sneak something in? You know, the residents of Cranston, the taxpayers of Cranston, and the parents of people who send their kids to Cranston Public Schools do not want. So people say the neighbors of Alpine are against expansion. No, we are not against expansion. We are just people who believe you should build under the rules when you bought your property. We are sick and tired of developers buying land, then asking us to change the rules to accommodate them. Jason will not mention tonight that Pine Ridge, an Alpine estate development, is A80. He will mention all of Alpine is A20, but it is not. Pine Ridge was developed as a cluster. I live next to it, and those lots, when you look at them in total, it's 2-acre zoning, and it is part of the Alpine community. They had no problem selling those A80 lots about 20 years ago for $250,000. Now, Casal could do the same. He won't get 8. He might get 3 or 4, but he'd still make a significant amount of money. So let's go over this one more time quickly, because I know somebody else mentioned this. This isn't about 8 house lots. Next to Sage is Caraway, which is 9 acres. Then next to Caraway is another adjacent parcel. But guess what? This one's 48 acres. Simple math. If everyone switches, which we already know the developer on Caraway has been at numerous meetings, this goes from 31 houses to 125. And this is not counting the only 8 houses that Casal is requesting. And keep in mind, this is only the land that's adjacent to Alpine. The last time we met with Casal, this is from the Cranston Herald. Casal was essentially threatening council members since he told them they would be losing votes because his last proposal was going to get the Alpine neighbors so mad because it was a livestock farm. But behind the scenes, he was telling everyone he was going to put in a pig farm. Keep in mind, think about this for a minute. This is a property adjacent to an elementary school where kids as young as 5 go to school. And this is this man's thinking. What Mr. Casal doesn't realize is the neighbors of Alpine, we vote. And we vote in primaries, we vote in general elections, whereas he cannot vote in Cranston. In addition, following up again from comments that were made at the last meeting, one council member said, and again, I'm just quoting from the Cranston Herald, his tone was mind-boggling. I was floored, absolutely floored, to have an applicant come up here and threaten this body. We are not here to line people's pockets. I'm going to stand up for them when someone comes in and tries to bully them, threaten them to earn a dollar. That's all I had to say. Thank you very much for your time.
Is there anyone else online who would like to make a comment?
Christine Narcisi?
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Are you able to hear me?
We can.
Perfect, thank you. My name is Chrissy Narcissi. I'm a resident at 22 Caraway Drive in Cranston. I echo the fellow speakers and want to state my opposition to this zoning change requested by the Casali family for 0 Sage Drive. I understand that often when we speak about this land, there's a lot of reference to his right to rezone with the comprehensive plan. And it's stated as though this plan is a law, but I'd like to remind everyone, as we know, it is not a law, it is a guide, and it's an outdated guide at that. For the Western Cranston as a whole, at the time that that plan was put together, it was not as wildly developed as it has become. As a mother who has small children in the public schools here, I can speak from firsthand experience that the schools are already overcrowded. We can't be foolish and assume that if we rezone one area and one parcel of land, that it's not going to have a cascade effect. My neighbors have echoed this. It's going to cause all the other parcels who can rezone to rezone as well. And this is going to be at a capacity that the school system, the roads, and the infrastructure cannot handle. We've discussed the water situation and the water tables. Changing the topography of the land is going to be negligent and have a high impact on the neighbors who currently exist in this community. What my question is too, is how does the rezoning of 0 Sage benefit the community of Cranston? I really cannot come up with an answer on how it does. I feel it only benefits the landowners who have the ability to make more money on this. Please, I ask for your negative recommendation. Please do not support individuals who bully and threaten not only my neighbors and myself, but also the city council. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to your support.
Jonathan?
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I'm Jonathan Weitzner. I live on One Lay Circle for the last 34 years. This seems like it's the 6th or 7th time that we've gone through this entire process. I just want to say that, you know, everything my neighbors have said has been said over and over again. And it seems like a broken record, but they are all true statements. And after 34 years of putting up with this, I just want to say I support all my neighbors and I object to this proposal by Mr. Casal. We were bullied at the last meeting regarding this. There were certain threats made, as my neighbors have stated. And I just want to say that, you know, I please consider this and reject this proposal.
Is there anyone else online? Okay, I think we had one more public comment here in the room that I missed earlier.
Hello, and thank you for your time. My name's Cheryl Carbone, and I live at 4 Time Drive. I directly abut the property in question. Mr. Casal has approached me several times about this property. I know him personally through a family friend, family relative. Most recently, we were together at a party. He extended hands and said, let's be friends. The issue's resolved. Well, it's not resolved. Obviously, we're all here. I have been threatened by Mr. Casal that he would cut down all the trees in the back of my yard, which is basically his yard. And he did just that. He found great pleasure in it, and he stood in the cul-de-sac afterward, said, "How do you like what I did?" I said, "Did you do this to attack me, punish me?" He said, "Yes, I did. There's more to come." Now, I could go on and on about this. I already did at several other meetings, but my point in telling you this is Mr. Casal is going to tell you about my character, that my husband was at the auction and he didn't bid, so he didn't win the auction. My husband was not there. He was in New Hampshire skiing. There were two attendants. It was Ray Lucetti, who's an engineer, and Gary Bucci. And Ray Lucetti did all the research on the property. There were a lot of wetlands. There were a lot of issues, and he knew well enough not to bid at $140,000 for those acres. Mr. Casal will plead that my husband lost the bid. So I was greedy and selfish, and I got together and I rallied with all these neighbors, some of whom I don't even know their names, and asked them to come here and oppose this against him. I did not. I have a very full life, very happy. I just don't like all of this tension. I did not rally. Then there were phone calls and text messages. There was an opportunity with hush money to get me to stay away from the meetings, not come here. For $1, he would give me 5 acres of a buffer. Everything went down. It's just, it goes on and on. So I'm here to tell you I'm very opposed because I don't think the benefit is for the Cranston residents. I don't think that Mr. Casal will be at a deficit in any way, shape, or form. If he puts up 4 houses, he will earn his $140,000 back. He will earn his tax money back. He might even become friends like we're supposed to be. However, I'm opposed. I don't like his tactics. I'm speaking to his character, and I'm defending mine. And for the last thing on the record, this is true. I did put my fire pit on his property for 25 years. It was in the woods. It was in the woods. I didn't put up any sprinklers. I don't have any sprinklers on your property. And I did maintain your property. When your trees fell down, I did make sure that they were removed because they were unsightly. I can be your friend, and I could be your neighbor if you would just follow the rules. The zoning is for 4 houses. Put them up. Leave us alone. Thank you for your time.
Okay, if that is every member of the public who wishes to speak.
Mr. Chairman, there's one more account on Zoom.
Okay, we have one more on Zoom. Thank you.
Trisha and Michael.
Hi, this is Trisha Gilmore, Michael Gilmore. We live at 4 Peppermill Lane in Cranston, which is part of Alpine Estates. We've spoken at many of these meetings, just like my other neighbors. There's a lot of potentially intimidating pieces that you hear to this. There's the lawsuit, charters, court orders, experts, threats. But essentially, I'm here to voice my opposition and to support my neighbors because we know that rezoning on Sage will have a ripple effect. We all know that, and for anyone to deny that is just simply ignorant. It's a recurring topic. We're here all the time. It feels like it's my part-time job to come to these meetings. And at a base level, we're basing these things on a plan that's 14 years old, as we all know, right? And obviously, things change significantly from an environmental standpoint over 14 years. But I really want to just kind of quickly touch upon a few things that seem to be recurring that are definitely issues. Comprehensive plans are not legally binding, right? We should all know this. Anyone here should know this. Even the American Planning Association recognizes it. They recognize it as a guidance document. That's the output of planning for future growth. But our planning director continues to mislead the public and his colleagues by insinuating that this is a mandatory document. I also want to say the gentleman earlier that presented that analysis for Mr. Casale, he actually mentioned in accordance with the law. Comprehensive plans aren't law. He should know that. We need to have people representing the facts. This is part of the ongoing problem. We have people who are afraid that they can't make a decision because it's being said that this court order means that he has the right to have it approved. Even Jason Pizzullo's memo specifically states, if the zoning ordinance is approved by the city council, there will be no further court action. Again, that to me is an attempt to mislead people to think that city council has no other option but to approve. I do want to say that Exhibit A, which took me a little bit of digging to find online, but I'm pretty savvy, so I was able to locate it. There's about 35 parcels of land that are listed as A80 with a proposed to go to A20. That was the exhibit provided from the very outdated comprehensive plan. 35 parcels that could potentially be rezoned to A20. That's 35 parcels that could attempt to build 4 times the number of houses on land that these people purchased, knowing it was A80. That's a lot of parcels. And obviously, as others have mentioned, where does this end? These parcels abut other parcels. So this will go on and on. We see these developers at these meetings. So this just has to stop. You know, I also want to mention that there's a city charter that's been referenced, and I would like to ask the city solicitors to take a look at that. I'm a bit confused as to how certain language ended up in this charter, specifically Section 1303, the comprehensive plan. Because there is a statement that says such comprehensive plan or portion or amendment thereof shall become binding upon the city and all its departments, boards, commissions, offices, and agencies. That simply can't be true, because comprehensive plans by nature are not binding documents. So I would like to ask that the city solicitors take a look at that and understand where that language came from, which, by the way, it looks like this was developed using some code software and maybe some boilerplate language. So, you know, and if anything, if the comprehensive plan is a mandatory legally binding document, maybe I should sue the city, because, you know, I read a lot of times about this village center in Western Cranston, and I would really enjoy that. So maybe it's my turn to sue and get my way. I would like to end there. I think we've all heard enough. But by the looks and the demeanor of the person asking for this, it seems like a joke, which is disgraceful. We all know that Western Cranston is overdeveloped. We know the city services do not have the capacity for what could come. So we ask for the planning department to do their due diligence and do what's right by the citizens of Cranston, the citizens, not one person's personal interest. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else online? And seeing no one else here in the room, I'd like to ask for motion to close public comment. Okay, why don't you respond and then we'll close public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand that I am not part of the Cranston community and have not been part of the prior applications. Ms. Cataldo, I live in the city of Pawtucket, where we have 95% development, but I understand neighbors' concerns. I've been doing this for over 30 years. I brought the first case to the Rhode Island Supreme Court involving the comprehensive plan that was passed back in 1994. And I can tell you, the comprehensive plan is a legal binding document that was passed by your city council. And as such, it's not a wish list. It is very clear, the law of the city of Cranston as adopted by your council. Nothing was done in backdoor rooms or anything like that. It was passed by your council. I don't want to engage in any ad hominem attacks. Again, I'm looking at this from a legal perspective. Your duty here tonight and your job as the Planning Commission is to, under section 17.120.030, review by Planning Commission among its findings and recommendations to the City Council with respect to a proposal for adoption, amendment, or repeal of a zoning ordinance or zoning map. The Planning Commission shall A, include a statement on the general consistency of the proposal with the comprehensive plan of the city, including the goals and policy statement, the implementation program, and all other applicable elements of the comprehensive plan. People may be unhappy with the existing comprehensive plan, but it is the law and the governing document that I, as an attorney, have to work with. It is what Mr. Pimentel has to work with. And in that, this calls for A20 zoning. If this is approved by the city council, it would have to come back to you on the planning perspective. And those issues of schools, tax base, housing and infrastructure that were raised will need to be addressed at that time. I don't disagree with that issue.
Please continue.
Thank you. That's part of the planning process. You guys all are aware of it. It's what you do on a regular basis. This is a little different. But as an advisory opinion, the issue is consistency with the comprehensive plan between what the planning,
Excuse me. No one interrupted you. No one interrupted you. Please, you've had your chance. Please be respectful.
so all we're looking at is the obligation of you as giving advisory to the council. And I would just position to you, certainly on behalf of the applicant. You have excellent legal counsel here with you who will advise you as if needed. And I think in this case, it is consistent with the comp plan, what we're looking for. The 8 units proposed is far less than one could potentially be developed on this lot if it were A20. And for that reason, we ask for an affirmative recommendation, positive recommendation to the council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, at this point, now I would accept the motion to close the public hearing. So moved by Commissioner Mancini. Is there a second? Commissioner Zadelis, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Is there discussion, commissioners?
Are we going to be able to ask questions of the applicant?
I don't see why not.
Okay, because usually, so that people in the audience understand, we usually ask questions of the applicant. And so we haven't had that chance yet. So if you don't mind, I'd like to ask some questions of either Mr. Pimentel or yourself, Ms. Noonan. Okay. I understand our role here. We have to follow state law as well, correct? And under 4524-52, when you do rezoning, we give recommendations and make determinations as to general consistency with the comprehensive plan, and also a demonstration of recognition and consideration of each of the applicable purposes of zoning under 452430. That's my understanding. Is that your understanding as well?
I was looking at your ordinance, specifically was what I was looking at, and it does also include a demonstration and recognition of each of the applicable purposes. Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Before I get started on like some questions, I should indicate this. I at least, and I believe other commissioners have, we've gotten emails from, one of the neighbors. I disclosed it to Mr. Pizzullo. I just wanted to say it publicly to you as well.
Thank you.
I didn't read the emails, but I just wanted to let you know I got them, so we avoid any ex parte issue. I read Mr. Pimentel's report about the comprehensive plan. My interest is on the zoning, purposes of zoning. Under state law, 4524-30, it lists a whole bunch of zoning purposes. Mr. Pimentel didn't really address these purposes in his testimony. Do you want to take the chance to try to address them? But I can just guide you to one that concerns me the most.
If you want, if there's one particular one, sure.
Okay. It says, as one of the zoning purposes, providing for orderly growth and development that recognizes the availability and capacity of existing and planned public and private services and facilities. The reason I bring this up specifically is, as you heard, Orchard Farms is at overcapacity. I'll also point out to you, and this is from school committee minutes of October the 10th. I know this because we've been in meetings here about our capital improvement plan. And they say that Orchard Farms is at maximum capacity. Your development, it sounds like it's going to go from what is it, 4 homes to 16 homes, or is it 2 homes to 8 homes?
No, 4 would be allowed by right, 8 is what's being proposed.
Okay,
So it'd be only 4 additional.
okay. So when you allow for rezoning to have more capacity, this is adding more students to a school, elementary school that's already over capacity, or is at maximum capacity, I'll phrase it that way. Isn't this a problem of whether or not we can do this right now because of the capacity problems at Orchard Farms?
I think the issue is you're talking about a rezoning, which this is, but it's rezoning to bring it into compliance with the comp plan, which is part of that analysis. Understand yours is dated, takes into all of those in factors, okay? So there are maybe other things that have arisen, and perhaps it should be looked at and revised as with others, areas of the comp plan. And I think now it has to be done, every 10 years it has to be done. But I think in the way it's set up and the services that are provided, if those, say we just do 4 houses, you're telling me that's going to break the system, he has the right to do that by right. And so now we're talking 4 additional. And I think if you look though, I think you have to go to the comp plan as it's laid out, future land use, and discuss the fact that it meets, it takes that into account when it does the comprehensive plan. Although, like I said, I recognize yours is dated.
Yeah, because this comp plan was finally amended in 2012. And what happens is times change. And so we're stuck with a plan right now. That's obviously dated. But the zoning purposes, I think, allows you to look at how this would impact now. And when I look at it, yes, he'd have a right to put in 4 houses right now, but you put in 8, that goes from 8 to 16. So now, I mean, I'm talking about children, I'm sorry. If each house is 2 kids, you have 8 kids. Okay, 8 kids, they're all between, baby and 18, it spreads out, but you're talking now doubling that number to 16. And the school is already over capacity. So am I not supposed to take that in consideration when I look at zoning purposes to whether or not to rezone something is the impact on the local elementary school, which this is right behind of?
I think under the new comp plan that has come, enabling legislation that has come into effect March of this year, the comp plan is the ultimate word. So albeit there's this other language on it right now, the comp plan is the final word on this. So it may be unpopular. It may not be what you want to hear, but that is what the law is. And that's what I deal with is the law.
Yeah, like I said, they didn't repeal 4524-30. They didn't repeal 4524-52 or make amendments to it and just say you can ignore zoning purposes and just look at the comp plan.
But there's a separate section that's the comp plan. I think it's 4522.2 or something, the comp plan one. So those all have to be read together.
Right.
When you do them. There's sort of a trifecta of things, and historic if you want to include that. But by statute, the comp plan is the top of the pile. That's the current state of the law.
Right, so the comp plan, like I said, I'm educating myself on this a little bit. When I see a law that says it meets it has to meet zoning purposes and comp plan, I see them as you have to meet both. Not that you can meet one, the comp plan, and therefore ignore the second. Unless the law says clearly you can ignore the second. And I'm not aware of the law saying you can ignore zoning purposes. So that's where I'm having a problem here because this is a very difficult situation. And I know this is the people, the situation. I'm actually new to the commission, been here a couple of years. But I have a problem when I know there's a lack of capacity at an elementary school, knowing there's a lack of capacity at elementary school and then rezoning to make that situation potentially worse.
But again, what I have to put back to you is that it's not rezoning, it's bringing it into compliance with what this municipality said it wanted, factoring everything in, including schools.
Right, and when it factored that in 2012, 2010, it did not have an Orchard Farms Elementary School that was over capacity. So that's the end of my questions. Thank you.
I mean, a lot of other things have changed, and that's part of the reason why I think they want them updated on a more regular basis.
Oh, we agree with that.
And,
Yeah.
whether it's traffic, and again, traffic, if you put in 4 houses, what's the trip generation of 4 versus eight houses? I mean, it's all slightly incremental, but again, the prevailing law, which is why I filed this lawsuit, and that's why we have a consent order. The prevailing law, which is only reinforced by the recent amendments, both to the zoning in January, that effective January 1st, and then the ones in March for the comp plan, address these points. And in my view, I understand the difficulty it presents to you, but my role, my mission is to look at this application and how it applies to the existing law, which includes your 2012 comp plan, which the basis is the 2012 comp plan.
Commissioner Zadelis, did you have a question? Okay. Other commissioners? So I'd like to follow up.
You can use the microphones.
Close. Yeah, okay. So I'm intrigued by Commissioner Frias's point about the purpose of zoning and capacity in the school, and I'm wondering if our council can give us some insight. My perspective is that there was no overcrowding at Orchard Farms until Hope Highlands was converted from an elementary school to a middle school. So do we then have to change how we treat zoning because the school department shifted elementary school students from one school to another? What is the interplay in a case like this?
I mean, I think it is one small overcrowding, et cetera, purpose of zoning is a small factor when this board is considering a recommendation. However, I agree with Ms. Noonan in the fact that the comp plan, although dated, is the law of the land, is the law that we have here now. And it's what the planning department bases their review and recommendation. It's what Mr. Pimentel bases his review and recommendation. And certainly the traffic, schools, et cetera, may come into play during the preliminary plan process. Certainly traffic could, drainage could, there was testimony about drainage, testimony about traffic, et cetera. That is certainly perfectly, issues that will be brought up and considered by this board at that time. However, this comprehensive plan, again, is global in nature, and this is what was determined in 2012. And I've been here 16 years, and I think we had, Jason, 18 meetings, 30 meetings. I mean, we were
I don't remember, but it was a lot.
yeah, I mean, I remember coming to at least on the comprehensive plan on the change of that back in 2011, 2012. So there was certainly public comment meetings, both community meetings, meetings with the planning commission, meetings with the town city council. So, it was vetted at that time.
Thank you. Commissioner Lanfear, did you have something?
I'm not sure if this is directed to Attorney Noonan or Attorney Marsala, or perhaps both of you. I know that Ms. Noonan is, I believe, of the opinion that the job of the Planning Commission tonight is to make a recommendation solely on whether or not the rezone proposal is consistent with the comp plan. No?
No, I understand that there's two parts to it, but again, based on current state law, my view is that the comp plan really prevails as the governing document on that.
But the other purposes of zoning are to be considered.
Certainly, recognition and consideration is what your ordinance says.
And I guess my question is on the comp plan, if we were to make a determination, and it's a hypothetical, but if we were to make a determination as a body that the proposal is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, That's of no value to the city council because the consent order has required that the council cannot find that the proposal is inconsistent with the comp plan. Is that correct?
Two things. One is we're not, we aren't, one, I'm not the lawyer for the city council. I'm not going to make any determination on what they can or they cannot do. This board is not bound by the consent order. It's only the city council. In my opinion, the only difference would be the vote. A negative recommendation would trigger a supermajority vote, 6-3 vote, as opposed to a 5-4 vote at the city council.
But without advising what
Well,
the council
you
as
would
what
be,
they could do,
well,
they would be under the obligation.
they are under that obligation. However, when you are, if you were to make a negative recommendation, you certainly would give your reasons, and if those reasons had to do with something other than the comp plan, city council, I guess, could take that into consideration, which would be the purposes of zoning.
Mhm.
Be unique, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zadelis?
Mr. Chairman, could you put up the future land use map that you had in the recommendation, the staff recommendation?
Tom, could you go over to the slides, please?
If I could just reconcile something in my head, and I don't know if it was stated that I assumed it was just this one lot that was identified as potential to be changed, but it looks like there are two parcels. So maybe it's just a
That's exactly
semantic.
right. There's two parcels.
Okay, there were two
Caraway
parcels.
and the Sage were
Okay,
identified in the
that's-
comprehensive
okay.
plan under
Now-
the same second
But-
scenario.
Let me stop. You're here just
On
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 those
35,
parcels.
yes, I understand that. And my second question was, and I'm getting back to Commissioner Lampier. When it came out of the Plan Commission, there was no recommendation previously. So we can come out with a positive, no, or a negative. Is that are those the three options?
So this came before us 3 times. Positive recommendation in 2017, positive recommendation in 2020, got referred back because of notice, and then no recommendation in 2020. So 2 positives and no recommendation. This board can,
Do one of the three.
has the right to send no recommendation, and we've done that before.
Okay. And one further question.
However, no recommendation is not a supermajority vote is only triggered by a negative.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what options are at our avail. And my final question, with the new comprehensive plan, there will be, I assume, another future land use map. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct, Commissioner.
So with that statement, the future land use map on these 2 parcels could theoretically change in light of all the circumstances that are happening
Theoretically,
in
they
this
could-
area of the
they could-
city.
They could change. Theoretically, those lots could change in the next comprehensive plan rewrite.
So yes. So what the designation in here, that is here now could potentially not be the same designation in terms of zoning.
That's correct, right.
Commissioner Fries?
Commissioner Zadelis, just on the practicality of that, because I heard some no's in the audience. If we were to rezone that parcels from A8 to A20 and then change the future land use map, he would I don't know this for sure, the city solicitor Marcella could correct me, but he could then claim that and he got building permits or something. He could claim I can still build out at A20, although you've changed the future land use map to A80. You see what I'm saying? Like he may claim that he's already grandfathered in some way, but maybe Miss Solicitor Marcella can correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I'm assuming once we do this, the application for the preliminary plan would be filed and then it would be vested with a complete application based upon the A20 zone.
Yeah,
Based upon-
Yeah, if
If
it's
it-
rezoned, no, I'm taking a different hypothetical. It doesn't.
Commissioner Zadelis, can I ask you, are you thinking that the other lots that are of concern could be changed in the future land use map in a future comprehensive plan?
I'm asking is this one could, if this does not pass, going from,
If this
Hey,
does not.
if
pass.
this does
Yes.
not pass, could the land use map from the next comp plan change a designation? So it doesn't,
It
Apparently,
could, but
yes.
keep in mind, there's a lawsuit pending based upon the current, so. Correct.
Any other questions or comments from members of the commission? In that case, it would be time for a motion. I'm sorry,
Jason's gonna give
before we
his
get to the
recommendation.
motion, could we have the recommendation from the planning staff, please?
I'll recite the recommendation. There's no surprise here. Based on the findings that the rezone is not just consistent with, but prescribed by the comprehensive plan, is consistent with the applicable purposes of zoning as presented in section 1704-010, and is consistent with the surrounding land uses and existing development pattern. Staff recommends that the City Plan Commission forward a positive recommendation on the ordinance to the City Council.
Now, is there a motion for the commission?
You guys are making me work and it's only the first item.
So,
So if,
do you-
under the, well, I would suggest that some motion, you're charged with giving an opinion, so I suggest that even if it's no opinion, that something happens. And if the board doesn't act, then it is deemed approved. It would move forward as a positive recommendation. If you just sat here for the next 3 hours and did nothing, then it would move forward back to the city council as a positive positively, essentially.
Commissioner Zadelis.
I am torn on advancing this, but I would make a motion for a neutral recommendation. I don't know what was done, recommending this to city council.
So that is a motion for no specific recommendation. Is there a second?
I'll second it for discussion purposes at least.
Seconded by Commissioner Frias. Is there discussion? Commissioner Frias?
To explain my reasoning on this, I understand the strength of the argument of the applicant on the comprehensive plan. The future land use map says it goes from A20. I have difficulty finding other goals in the comprehensive plan that this would be inconsistent with because most of Alpine Estates is in the A20. So I don't see it destabilizing the neighborhood. However, it also needs to meet the purposes of zoning purposes. That's state law. And this development at this time is not consistent with the idea of orderly growth that recognizes the availability and capacity of existing and planned public facilities. When you have an elementary school right in front of this development that is has maximum capacity according to the school department, and we are hearing it as overcapacity, I have difficulty seeing that this rezone at this time is consistent with zoning purposes, at least all of them. And therefore, I feel comfortable giving a no specific recommendation because of the fact this is a mixed case with positive, where the applicant has some strengths, but there are weaknesses in it, and we can leave it to the city council and what they want to do. And I'm sorry if this disappoints both applicants and the abutters. One wants a yes and one wants a no. And we've done no specific recommendation in the past. So that's my reasoning. I'd like to hear from my commissioners. They think I don't know what I'm talking about.
Any other comments? Commissioner Lanfair?
I would actually like to move to amend Commissioner Zadelis's recommendation of no recommendation, and just instead of a no recommendation, recite that the commission finds that the application is not consistent with the applicable purposes of zoning as applicable purposes of zoning in 452452, in that it does not adequately address the availability and capacity of existing and planned public and or private services and facilities, including schools, and there is no evidence on the record that it promotes public health, safety, and general welfare.
So first, I would ask Commissioner Zadelis if he would be willing to make that.
I would accept the amendment that was offered by Commissioner Lampier.
So then I would ask our council if making that finding, is making that finding consistent with no recommendation?
If you vote that way, it is.
Okay. Commissioner Frias, do you second the amended motion?
Yes, I second the amended motion, and because the report we'd be sending has part of it that says it's consistent with the comp plan, but would also include the language of Ms. Lampier, which indicates the zoning purposes. So I think it actually is consistent with the overall concept of a no specific recommendation.
Any other comments? I'm going to offer my own comment. I support the concept of no specific recommendation. I think for the same reason I supported that the last time we voted on it. I disagree with this finding that it's not consistent with the purposes of zoning. Things like school crowding are issues that come up all over the city. And if we start rejecting zone changes or developments because a particular school is overcrowded, we're going to be hard pressed to approve very many applications that come before us. The school department shifts students from school to school constantly. As I mentioned previously, they shifted an entire elementary school from Hope Highlands to Orchard Farms and Oak Lawn School to make room for a new middle school. That's their job. They move students around, they deal with that. I don't think that's a reason to not approve an application. But in this case, I think the non-specific recommendation is the right way to go. So I am going to support this motion. All in favor of Commissioner Zadelis' motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. As amended, yes. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
I agree.
The meeting back to order, please. And can we have the minutes reflect the fact that Commissioner Barberi had to leave and is no longer participating in the meeting? Okay, the next item is under subdivision and land development projects, the Almberg plat.
Do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, so, I'll make this brief. So, under the new set the new set of the, kind of global, regulations, we now have unified development. Cranston didn't really have, comprehensive permits because we're above the percentage. So what unified development is essentially the, with subdivisions that need zoning relief, the, planning board will act essentially as the zoning board and make zoning decisions regarding any variance requests, and then you'll also be acting in your normal capacity as the planning board. It's kind of one-stop shopping. However, the standards are not any different than if an applicant went to the zoning board. So I did send you kind of the zoning standards, not because everyone may or may not know them, but obviously, as a board, you've never had to review an application and review the necessary proof that an applicant needs to make in order to meet the zoning standards. So no one's done this before here, and Mr. Murray hasn't, I haven't, Jonas hasn't. So we'll work our way through it. I don't think, we think that if staff gives a global overview first, Mr. Murray gives a global overview, and then we kind of take it from there. We'll definitely have to take multiple votes. And again, this first project is relatively simple, so we should be able to kind of feel our way through it. And but again, ultimately, we're going to take multiple votes on this application.
All right, we're starting with the Almberg plat. This is a preliminary plan, a minor subdivision, zoning relief. It's located at 11 Jenny Street, E zone. And basically it is project consists of taking 5 existing lots and reconfiguring them to 2 new lots to construct a two-family, should be a single-family residential development. These are the existing zoning map. Is the future land use map. Single-family residential land use map. Is an aerial view of the property. As you can see, Catherine Street, which can see more clearly here on the western side, is currently in undeveloped paper street. It used to be developed, but when the new commercial development in the west side was completely reconfigured to build what is there now, the liquor store, they tore out Catherine Street, and currently it is just grass. But the paper street remains. The paper street was never abandoned. Here is a 3D aerial view of the property. Street view of the property looking west. The existing conditions, and here's the site plan. On the bottom right is the existing building. On the left side is the proposed building, and this one has a curved lot line or a slightly angular lot line to make the development slightly more conforming. Both lots still have the 8,000 square foot required for this for the zone. The, this development requires two, pieces of zoning relief. One is a rear setback relief, for parcel A, which is the building on the right, and parcel B being the building on the left. Proposed is a 10.7 foot setback. And parcel B needs a front setback from Catherine Street. A relief from the front setback from Catherine Street. Moving into the planning analysis. The proposal has the conforming 8,000 square foot lots needed for the E8 zone. And which allows it to be a by right conforming subdivision for the land use plan. It also falls into the density calculation. About 4.3, it's not listed here, but the reconfiguration of the existing lots would make it more conforming than it is currently. Findings of fact. The proposal has been properly noticed by a certified mail for the 400-foot radius. We've seen that this is consistent with the comprehensive plan, and as proposed density falls under 4.76 acres. This is single family residential development. And if the relief is granted, it will be in compliant with the zoning ordinance. Very much falls into the character of the neighborhood. It is a single family residential or single family in a neighborhood of single families, outside of a few properties to the east and northeast, which are the two-family multifamily complexes. And what is not really reflected on the current maps is that there used to be more density actually along Bateman Ave. There used to be, east of the property, there used to be 3 single-family houses, which were removed to expand the commercial development to the west of the property. So you're basically adding back one house rather than, adding total, or more density total. No significant effects to environmental effects have been identified on the site. And there's no wetlands or flood zones on the site, since it's mostly just a backyard of the house that is being used. The proposal should not result in any creation of any lots that should be less conforming than before. The design, the building, there's a waterline access to both buildings, and both buildings will have adequate permanent physical access to public streets. Parcel A will have access to Jenny Street, and parcel B will have access to Bateman Avenue. And no, since it's just adding one single family house, like no significant traffic or circulation impacts, especially with the proposed design, should be
predicted. Staff finds that this proposal generally is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and the standards for requiring findings of fact set forth in Rhode Island General Law, Section 45-2360, and Section 3L of the Subdivision and Land Development Regulations. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact and decision documented above and approve the minor land development project preliminary plan submittal subject to the conditions denoted below. And then our conditions of approval, this is, specifically for the land development project itself, not for the zoning side of things. Is submissions of letters of availability from the Providence Water Supply Board and Viola Water for water sewer availability respectively. Curb-to-curb pavement restoration shall occur as needed in accordance with and to the satisfaction of the Department of Public Works. And 3, payment of the Eastern Cranston Capital Facilities Development Impact Fee of $593.46. Yes, and would the applicants come forward to talk about the development? Yeah.
Good evening. For the record, Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I'm here tonight on behalf of Ryan Omberg, who is the applicant of the subject petition before you. So I know this is kind of our maiden voyage on this unified development review. I think we picked a good one to start with because it's not that complicated. In years past, obviously, we would, come here with a master plan and then go to the zoning board and then come back. And this new process allows us to one-stop shop with the Planning Commission. I want to note that part of our cheering squad tonight is the owner of the property, Robert Omberg, Ryan's grandfather. He owns it with his wife, Lucy. Ryan's wife is with us and his dad. So this is an opportunity for Ryan's grandparents to subdivide their property for Ryan and his wife to build a new home on. As Jonas said, we are, can we go back to the, yes, the aerial, maybe it's the best. As you can see there, this is a property I'm very familiar with because I did some of you know, I did the Christie's Liquor Plaza to the west. I'm sorry. Which way are we going? Yeah, to the west, I believe. And this is a unique, that's when I first met Mr. Ryan's grandfather, Robert Omberg, because they used to attend our neighborhood meetings and various city meetings on that project. This is a unique property because between the Christie's Liquor property, there is a public road known as Catherine Street, which is right to the left of that red line. It runs behind the Christie Liquor Plaza, but it is unimproved. And, back then, before Mr. Matusa's predecessor said that, the city had no plans to improve that. It really goes nowhere except dead ends at the other end of Christie's Liquor property. So one of the reliefs we're looking for tonight relates to the fact that the subdivision of the lot would create, the lot that's being created has a frontage requirement. When you're in a corner lot, you have to meet the front setback for both Bateman Avenue and Catherine Street, even though it's not a public, an improved roadway. This is a parcel that, as Jonas said, is 5 lots presently, 5 assessors lots. And if the board approves this plan and we record a final plan, we'll reduce this down to 2 lots. Important in this is that Mr. and Mrs. Omberg own approximately 18,000 square feet of land. This is an A8 zone. The minimum lot size is 8,000. So both the newly created lot will be in excess of the minimum area requirement. And Mr. and Mrs. Omberg's house that's fronts on Jenny Street would remain on just over 9,000 square feet. So both these lots are healthy. One's 90, the proposed lot's 9,400 and the other one's 9,000. The two variants we need, as Jonas outlined, I just want to reiterate, is in the first instance, could we go to the conceptual plan if you don't mind? You can see on the left-hand side there along, you can see Catherine Street. So at the top is Bateman Avenue. To the right is Jenny Street, and Mr. and Mrs. Omberg's house right now is at 11 Jenny Street, and that fronts on Jenny Street. So their backyard right now goes from the back of their house to Catherine Street. Okay, just to visualize it. Ryan and his wife would like to build a new house on the lot to the left that will front on Bateman Avenue. So as that picture depicts, we have the house as proposed would be required. It meets the side setback closest to the grandparents. It meets the rear setback, which is at the bottom of the screen. It meets the front setback along Bateman Avenue. The front of the house is at least 25 feet back. It's just that one corner setback, I call it, that doesn't meet the 25 feet, and it's proposed, I think it's 16 feet 9 inches. So we're asking for about 9 feet of relief in that instance. The second form of relief we're asking for in this application relates to the existing Omberg homestead, where you can see the line that's drawn there. It's on a slight diagonal where the property line would be divided. And Mr. and Mrs. Omberg, if approved and we record a final plan, would convey the new lot to their grandson and his wife. That will, if we draw the line there, the rear of the Omberg homestead would not meet the rear setback in the A8 zone. Instead of the required 20 feet, it's slightly over 10 feet. In this instance, you can see right there at the corner there's a patio. Mr. and Mrs. Omberg are willing to have less of a backyard to allow Ryan and his wife and new great-grandchild to build a home here. So that's kind of a summary of the issue. I just want to have a couple of questions with Ryan. Ryan, you're the applicant in this petition, correct?
Yes.
Just state your name and address for the record.
Ryan Allenberg, 56 Barrett Street, Cranston.
And presently, your grandparents own the property 11 Jenny Street, correct?
Yes.
And that property comprises about 18,000 square feet of land.
Correct.
And you have had discussions with your grandparents, and they desire to convey a portion of this property to you in order to build a new home.
Yes.
And if the board approves this and a final plan, just come closer to the microphone. Thank you, Jason. If the board approves this and a final plan is recorded, your intention is to build a single-family home on the newly created lot.
Yes, it is.
And you and your wife presently live in Cranston, is that correct?
Yes.
But this would be an opportunity for more room for your growing family.
Correct.
And you've heard me describe the relief that's being sought here tonight, correct?
Yes.
And, are you familiar with the area near Jenny Street and Bateman Avenue?
Yes, I am.
And while to the west, we have the commercial district, is it fair to say the area to the right along Bateman Avenue and Jenny Street is what is a more residential neighborhood?
Yes.
And in your opinion, the house you're proposed here, would that fit in conformity with the general character of the area?
Yes, it would.
And you understand that, if the board approves this, you still would have to go through the building permit process.
Yes.
That they're merely, if they approve this, are allowing you to, create, your grandparents to create the lot, to be deeded to you and your wife.
Yes.
With respect to the zoning relief for both the corner setback and your grandparents' back, or your rear setback, am I correct to say that your grandparents, to the best of your knowledge, own no other property around
No.
here? Nothing contiguous to this,
No.
correct? And so the hardship that's being sought, being addressed here is unique to the specific landing question at the corner of Catherine Street and Bateman Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your grandparents haven't taken any action prior to tonight to give away any portions of their property to your knowledge.
No, they have not.
And as I stated, in your opinion, as familiar with the area, if this were granted, do you think in any way it would alter the general character of the area?
No.
And lastly, if the board were to deny these requests for these dimensional relief, would it amount to more than a mere inconvenience to you and your wife?
Yes.
Specifically, if they do not grant the corner setback, you would not be able to build the home that you're proposing here.
Correct.
And you've given consideration to the type of home and the size of the home you want to build.
Yes.
And if they were to deny this request, then you would not be able to build the home that you're looking to build.
Correct.
The conditions of approval that the planning staff cited to the commission, one related to availability of public water and sewer. To the best of your knowledge, are both those utilities available at this location?
Yes.
And you would have no objection to that condition being placed on this?
No.
Right. And in the event that we had to do any work in the public right-of-way along Bateman Avenue, the Public Works Department has certain standards as to repavement and restoration. You understand you'd have to comply with those conditions?
Yes.
And lastly, this is, Cranston has a development impact fee. We are on the eastern side of the city where it's cheaper, but you understand at the time of recording of this plat, you would have to pay a impact fee of $593.46.
Yes.
I have no other questions, Mr. Allenberg.
I also added one correction to the conditions of approval that made it into the staff report, but did not make it into the slide, was applicant shall install 2 granite bounds, one of the northern property line and one of the southern prior to recording of the final plan. Basically, this is to, since it's such the odd proposed lot shape, it's to, for the future to remove any confusion about where the lot line could be. So
Not a problem. I apologize. I was looking at I was reading your screen rather than your staff.
that's
report.
yeah.
That is a condition.
I'm sorry about that.
Mr. Allenberg, you understand that we would work with Ocean State planners to have them place those granite bounds at the time of the recording.
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further. Be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the applicant at this time from the commission?
So if no questions from the board, then I think, we'll maybe we could do public comment on, I don't think we need to do public comment twice, so I think we can ask for public comment once on the application.
Okay, so at this time, is there any public comment regarding this application? Anyone here in the room? Anyone online?
Saying no public comment.
Okay, hearing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing? Commissioner Mancini? Second? Commissioner Lanfear seconds. All in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Okay, so the public hearing portion is closed.
So, Mr. Murray, stop me if you disagree, but obviously with zoning boards, there's usually 5. And we have a majority. It's my opinion that since we have 7 planning members, that it would be a majority of the planning members present. Would any object, that's what I understand. Okay, again, I've never had a zoning vote with more than 5 people. So this is a first. I got the math. Thank you.
Okay, so,
Not that this will be close, but just in case. So
right,
I think first we should do the zoning variance.
the zoning variance first.
Correct.
Okay,
Or the variances, I believe there are a few.
okay. So can we have the staff recommendation again, please, on the zoning variances?
We did not actually provide any staff recommendation on, are you talking about specifically on the findings for each reference?
Yeah, so the zoning variances, so typically at a zoning meeting, the only thing that comes to the zoning board would be your recommendations, not staff recommendations. So in reality, now you're reviewing it yourself, so the staff would only make recommendations on the planning portion of it. You're simply, the motion on the zoning application would be our normal zoning application, that motion to approve based upon that the applicant's suggestion has met all the required findings of fact, or have not met all the required findings of fact, and a motion to approve or deny each requested zoning variance. You don't have to take a vote on each. That would be essentially what type of motion you would make for an approval. If you made a motion to deny, you'd have to give the reason why it didn't meet one of the criteria. For instance, if it was a prior result of the applicant built a house and then came here and asked for zoning relief, something like that. So that's what I would suggest for the zoning variance. You can vote, wrap all the variances into one vote. You don't have to say side yard setback on one, front setback on the other. It would be easier to do all at once. Correct.
In that event, is there a motion to grant all of the zoning variances sought by the applicant? Commissioner Zadelis makes the motion. Commissioner Extra seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so now we address
The normal subdivision,
the normal subdivision question.
for which there would be staff recommendations on this.
So the staff recommendation is,
Staff finds the proposal generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and the standards for required findings of fact set forth in Rhode Island General Law, Section 45-2360, and Section 3L of the Subdivisions and Land Development Regulations. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact documented above and approve the minor land development project preliminary plan submittal subject to the conditions denoted below. Conditions of approval: 1, submission of letters of availability from the Providence Water Supply Board and Veolia Water water for water and sewer availability respectively. 2, curb-to-curb pavement restoration shall occur as needed in accordance with and to the satisfaction of the Department of Public Works. 3, not depicted here, applicant shall install 2 granite bounds, one on the northern property line and one on the southern prior to recording of the final plan. 4, payment of the Eastern Cranston Capital Facilities Development Impact Fee of $593.46.
Is there a motion concerning the staff recommendation and conditions of approval? Commissioner Lanfear. Second. Commissioner Mancini, seconds. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next up is the development review for Brood Awakenings. Minor land development with zoning relief.
All right. This is a approval for a preliminary plan for a minor subdivision with zoning relief under Unified Development Review. This is for Brood Awakenings. The proposed location is 1234 Oaklawn Avenue. The proposal is to demolish an existing commercial building and construct a 2-story drive-in restaurant with a business office and various other site improvements. Here is the zoning map. It is zoned C4. It is abutting a residential zone. It's a highway commercial services, future land use. Here's an aerial view of the property and a 3D aerial view of the existing property that is due to be demolished under this proposal. Here's the street view from Oaklawn Avenue. And this is from Oak Hill Drive. This is the existing conditions plan, basically laying out the existing building on the spot. And here is the concept plan proposal. These are the requested, this is the requested, the list of the requested zoning relief. And also important to note here is that a lot of the relief regarding development plan review, if this under previous regulations, these would just be waivers under development plan review, not necessarily yes, variances. So these variances regard, variance from lot size requirements, driveway openings, landscaping regarding, you can see on the left side of the property, which is technically the northern side, it's just a bit turned around. The landscaping by Oaklawn Avenue. Also, you can see the line, the property line, the landscaping is not provided on site, it's technically provided in the public right of way, which is why they need zoning relief for that as well. And then for the noise abatement, that's specific to the speaker in the drive-through speaker, which is located towards the north side of the property. So it's going to be within 29 feet of the residential property. Specifically, this is the speaker for taking in orders from the drive-through. Relief from signage, proposing 120 square foot sign. And then yes, more exceptions from the variance requests from the landscaping requirements. Okay. So as discussed, this is zone C4. And it is in an area that is the use conforms to the C4 zoning. The the proposal also conforms to the future land use map, the highway commercial services /services designation. It's a by right development, but it does not meet the minimum lot area requirements for drive-in restaurant, as discussed. There has been a traffic impact assessment, which was in the documents attached to this proposal, which basically show that offsite traffic impacts should be minimal. There has also been a drive-through noise analysis that was attached that said that the speaker boxes for the drive-through should have a relatively minimal impact on the abutting residential properties. And the proposal generally fits within the comp plan, future land use map. Oh, findings of facts. Butters have been properly notified using certified mail for a 400-foot rate within a 400-foot radius. As discussed, is consistent with the future land use plan, future land use map. Once, proposal seeking dimensional relief, and once that is granted, with the dimensional relief, the zoning will be conforming. There's no special features have been identified on the sites. The site is currently, there's no, or basically no, it's entirely impervious surface. So there's no wetlands, there's no, the proposal in fact would probably increase the amount of impervious surface on the site and provide other improvements to drainage. Proposal will not result in the creation of individual lots with physical restraints to develop that building on those lots according to pertinent regulations. Building standards would be impractical. Everything, all the building lots, utilities, drainage, and other improvements will conform to local regulations. There's permanent physical access to Oakland Avenue and Oakland Drive. According to the traffic impact assessment, the site layout and the amount of traffic predicted to be going to the site should be safe and adequate for local circulation. And here's our staff recommendation, which I have to read out later anyways, so I will I'll talk about that right now. As we talk about zoning first.
Thank you, Joseph. Would the applicant like to be heard?
Good evening again. For the record, Robert Murray, 21 Garden City Drive in Cranston. I'm here tonight on behalf of Brood Awakenings, Mr. David LeVake, the principal, who proposes to construct a new Brood Awakenings restaurant with a drive-through facility at 1234 Oaklawn Avenue, which is the subject property of this matter this evening. Just by way of introduction, you're going to hear from a number of these people, but let me first introduce Dave LeVake in the front row, his wife Natalie, Louis Barone from Dupree Engineering, professional engineer, will be testifying. His associate Cheryl Guglielmo from Dupree Engineering is a project manager with that company. And to my left is Paul Bannon of Crossman Engineering, and Paul will be testifying as to traffic. And at the far end, we have Mark Butler from the Tunic Designs, our landscape architect. So we'll try and, I know the hour's late, we'll try and be efficient here, but this is an important project for not only the LeVakes, but also for the neighborhood, and we want to answer any questions and put our best foot forward here tonight. Prior to this evening, I should tell you that Mr. LeVake and his wife hosted a neighborhood meeting with the neighbors on March 11th at the, well, it used to be the Vassar Hall, now it's the upstairs at Miller's Crossing. And we had a nice turnout of neighbors there, and we spent a couple hours answering questions and talking about the project. And once Dave starts talking, you got to wind him down. So we're going to try and keep him in the box tonight for you. We also had a pre-application meeting with the Development Plan Review Committee on April 17th. So, you know, we've had an opportunity to share this plan with both city officials and neighbors prior to tonight. This property is, you know, for as long as I've lived in Cranston, for 57 years, has been Superior Bakery, the former Superior Bakery. Athenian Deli is in the building. The plan will be to raise that building and construct a new Brood Awakenings. To the north of this site, I don't know if it came before the Planning Commission, the Cranston Municipal Employees Credit Union is building a new bank next door on the former Miss Cranston Diner site where they had the fire, and that will have a drive-through facility. So at least with respect to this portion of Route 5, I think there's going to be some exciting developments coming forward should the board approve this minor land development project. We are here tonight again, as stated, under the new Unified Development Review process, so that you at the appropriate time can consider the requested dimensional relief that is being sought by the applicant. The property presently is owned by Che Chin LLC. Mr. Chin, Charlie Chin, was here earlier. I think he may have excused himself, but he's owned this property for several years. And Mr. LeVake has entered into a purchase and sale agreement to acquire the property from him, subject to the ability to build what is being sought this evening. As Jonas said, while the list is more extensive than your last application, the Omberg plat for zoning relief, some of those standards in the Development Plan Review Ordinance, in the past, we would go to the committee and they would have the ability to grant some waivers on some of those things, particularly as it related to landscaping. So it's a little different process, but we hope that you'll give us favorable consideration of those things once we go through them. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask Louis Barone to come forward. He's our project engineer from Dupree Engineering. I don't have copies for everybody, but just at the appropriate time, somebody just put in the record a copy of his resume. Mr. Barone, just come forward. You're going to have to share the microphone with me and speak loudly. You and your associates at Dupree Engineering are working on this project for the Brood Awakenings at 1234 Oakland Avenue.
Correct.
And you're familiar with the property in question? Yes. And you're familiar with the surrounding area? Yes. And the plans that are being considered before the board this evening were done in consultation with Mr. Levesque and the members of your team. Correct. And we're going to talk about the zoning relief in a moment, but you're familiar with the various items on the screen that identify the zoning relief that we're going to be seeking tonight. Yes. What I'd like you to do first, just give the board a general overview of the property. Could we, Jonas, could we maybe put up the site plan or the, yeah, that's fine. I'd ask you first kind of talk about the existing conditions, and then we'll get into what's proposed, if you don't mind.
Sure, thank you. Again, for the record, my name is Louis Barone III. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Rhode Island, working at Deprete Engineering. Our office is at 2 Stafford Court here in Cranston. As Mr. Murray had said, the existing property today is the Superior Bakery, most people know. Today, it exists a 14,000 square foot building with associated parking and driveways. The site is 100% impervious. There is no landscaping on the site at all today. And there, from property line to property line, into the right of way to the curb line, it is completely paved. There are 2 curb cuts on Oak Lawn Avenue and 2 curb cuts on Oak Hill Drive. You can kind of see on the right side of this plan here, some of the parking encroaches over the property line along Oak Hill Drive, and the curb cuts on either side of it there. There are no wetlands or FEMA flood zones on the parcel or within the vicinity. And all of the stormwater today flows to the Oak Lawn Avenue DOT right-of-way. The southeast corner, which here is upper right-hand, has a high point, and all the stormwater flows to the northwest towards the Oak Lawn Avenue corner, where it is captured by the DOT stormwater system. The site is serviced by existing water and sewer, publicly available on Oak Lawn Avenue. If you could please go to the proposed plan for me, thank you. So as mentioned, the applicant is proposing to raise the existing building and to reconstruct a new 4,000 square foot building with associated drive-through, parking areas, and landscaping, as you can see on this plan here. All of the areas in green will be proposed landscaping areas. There are the requirements for this site with a drive-through, along with the office spaces upstairs, and all of the seating indoor and outdoor is for 44 parking spaces, and we are able to meet that on this site, even though it is a little bit of constriction due to the shape being along a corner of Oak Hill Drive and Oak Lawn Avenue. We are also reducing the curb cuts on the site to a total of 2. You can see that on Oak Lawn Avenue, the main curb cut is going to be relocated between a couple of utility poles, centered on the property line along Oak Lawn Avenue to minimize the impacts to the proposed development to the north of us, the bank that Mr. Murray mentioned, and to keep traffic away from the intersection at Oak Hill Drive. The second curb cut is being proposed as an exit only and right turn only onto Oak Hill Drive, as that section of Oak Hill Drive is a one-way. The size and shape of that curb cut is provided so we can include proper access for all delivery and emergency vehicles onto the site. We did include in our plan set a truck turn analysis with the Cranston Ladder 3 fire truck to make sure it can enter the site properly. For the landscaping on the site, we have added 10% of landscaping, which is required for a drive-through use. And excuse me, including the right-of-way improvements, we're actually increasing the parcel area, the entire project area landscaping to 15%. Buffers have been included along all property lines where applicable and where we could fit. More specifically, there's an addition of a buffer along the residential zone to the east of the site. The stormwater conditions with the inclusion of the landscaping are drastically improved. But we are also following all of our IDEM best management practices including an underground stormwater infiltration system, which can be seen in the middle of the parking area, the dashed outline right there. Yes, thank you. That system will capture all Cranston and DEM requirements for the 1, 10, 25, and 100-year storms. This includes flow and volume reductions of about 20% of what the site is producing today. And there is also a proprietary treatment device to treat water quality for the site, again, per DEM requirements. Just this week, I believe we have forwarded this over to the city, but we received an approval for permit for DEM for this system. One of the things I did want to mention as well is that today all the stormwater flows overland into the right-of-way and then gets captured by the catch basin in the street, one of the curb openings in the street. But because of our system, a lot of this water is getting captured and then entered into the DOT system underground. So while there's a 20% reduction in flow of stormwater from the site, we're also seeing a lot of that water that is captured in pipes underground instead of being, running over the curb or down the driveways into Oak Lawn Avenue. If you could go to the list of zoning relief requested, I can kind of explain some of these as we go through. So there are 8 total zoning ordinance requests that we are seeking for relief. One of the first is the drive-through use required 40,000 square feet. We have just over 33,700. Due to the size, the shape of the site, we feel that we were able to provide a layout with a lot of work back and forth with traffic engineer, with Dave and Brood Awakenings to provide the best case scenario for a drive-in use on the parcel. Driveway openings requires 60 feet, and that code itself is not the opening, it's the actual opening size, but the distance to an intersection. So if you go back to the plan for me, please. The curb cut along Oak Lawn Avenue is situated 60 feet away from the Oak Hill Drive intersection. The exit only right turn only curb cut is not situated 60 feet from the Oak Hill Drive intersection, but we felt it would be better to place here for not only emergency vehicle access, but also to keep traffic as far away from the residential zone to the east as well. In a drive-through use, there's a required 10% landscaping and a 5-foot buffer to any sidewalk rights of way from parking areas. We do meet the 10% landscaping requirement. The item here is the required 5-foot buffer to a sidewalk right of way. So again, if you could please go back to the plan for me. This specifically calls out the property line along Oak Lawn Avenue. As you see, the parking is close to, if not right up against the property line. But due to the size of the right-of-way and the improvements that the client is willing to do in the right-of-way here, we actually do have a buffer of 5 feet of landscaping. It is just not within the property line. So per the actual intent of the definition of the code, we are at a 0-foot buffer, but we are including a landscaping buffer to the sidewalks. There's also a minimum 10-foot wide buffer strip required along the property line where any parking or circulation abuts a street. So this is very similar to the previous one, but it's not specific to the drive-in use. And again, kind of a similar response in the Oak Hill Drive and Oak Lawn Avenue rights of way. You can see that we're providing a landscaping buffer to the street, which does not exist today. It is just not within the property line. The last landscape item is a minimum of 5-foot strip should be provided along side and rear property lines where parking and circulation are adjacent to abutting properties. We are providing additional buffers which do not exist today along both internal property lines. Again, there's a 2.5 foot or so buffer being introduced towards the proposed bank to the north. And the requirement is for 5 foot. We're providing 5.5 feet of buffer along the residential property line to the east. The landscape architect and Dave will speak a little further on the buffer measurements we are taking in that area, which also include further landscaping and a fence. And finally, for zoning relief, there is an item requesting a 6-foot by 12-foot landscape islands at the end of all parking aisles. We are providing 4 by 18 at the minimum, which does meet the total square footage of the required 6 by 12. They're equal. But due to the orientation of the parking, the circulation required on site, and the additional parking that the applicant has requested, we felt that we have configured this in a way that still meets the intent of this piece of zoning relief. There are 2 other items regarding the noise abatement and the signage, which I will let the applicant speak on for that.
Thank you. Chairman, perhaps we'll go through the entire presentation, or do you want to take questions now, Mr. Barone, or do you want to wait till the end?
Let's have the whole presentation, then
Okay.
we'll open it up to questions.
That's fine.
But up on another procedural issue, do you each year experts to be voted on as an expert in their field? I don't think this will be appealed, but I'm thinking
Yeah.
if we don't do that, that could cause a problem.
Yeah. As you know, if we're in the zoning board scenario setting, we would be asking to qualify. Historically, the planning commission has not done that.
Correct.
It would be, desirable on my part. I've presented, Mr. Barone's, resume. I'll be happy to qualify him with a series of questions, but yes, I mean, some of these people I would like to have
Correct.
qualified.
Yeah, so Rob, if there could just be a motion regarding each of the expert, we don't have to go through the questioning if you don't want to, but you have Mr. Brown's resume right there.
So I'll leave it up to the members of the commission. Does anyone need more information about Mr. Barone's qualifications before we have a motion?
And I'd be looking to have him qualified as an expert in the area of civil engineering.
I just have a question about why does the zoning board do this and not the planning board? And therefore, why are we doing it now?
So you're 2 guys with 70 years of experience. I have no idea.
I have 10.
I mean, I do, so on zoning board, he has 50 years, I have 20, but on zoning board, certainly an expert opinion has a different level on an appeal, certainly has a different level of review than a lay opinion. So there is a differential there regarding what the zoning board can take into consideration
Okay.
as an expert opinion as opposed to a lay opinion. However, with planning boards, we don't do it I don't know of any planning board that qualifies or the applicant qualifies their people as experts. They can. But
That has not been my experience. in
yeah,
other
so it's
communities.
not been my experience either, but certainly it's important from a zoning standpoint because that matters when the court's reviewing testimony as opposed to, an attorney speaking is just lay testimony. That's not really, it doesn't hold any greater weight than the public. However, when an expert testifies, unless there's contravening expert testimony, then at that point, this board, there's case law out there that says you can't ignore uncontroverted expert testimony, but you can ignore lay testimony. Got it?
If it would be helpful, I'd be happy to qualify him with a series of questions to make the
No.
board comfortable. I know that.
No, I just want, he looks like an expert. I read his stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to take everyone's time up with this thing. I just want to understand why we do it why you want us to do it in zoning and not on the planning. I think I understand that it's basically for appeal purposes to the court, that it's better to have someone qualified as a zoning
Not only
expert.
appeal purposes, but for your review of the zoning criteria,
Yeah.
you're supposed to, again, an expert opinion on traffic
Right.
has greater weight
Okay.
than someone coming in and saying, there's a lot of traffic in my front yard.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
But for purposes of unified development matters, once that expert has been so qualified, the testimony even on on matters other than zoning, which would be preliminary plan and everything else, is a qualified expert.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we still need a vote.
Okay, so I will ask for a motion to qualify Mr. Barone as an expert in civil and environmental engineering.
I'll make a motion to qualify my fellow engineer.
Is there a second? Commissioner Mancini seconds. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations.
All right, you sit down. Thank you. If you had spoken up earlier, we could address that ahead of time, so.
I just thought of it.
No, it just was, as we said, this is new territory for all of us, so I apologize. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask, David Levesque to come forward. You will quickly discern that he is passionate about his company and this project. Yes, but we're not going to ask you to qualify him as an expert on coffee tonight. Dave, just by way of introduction, could you state your name and address for the record?
David Joseph Levesque, 9th Air Ave, Narragansett, Rhode Island.
And what is your affiliation with Brood Awakenings?
I am the owner of Brood Awakens.
And just for those who don't know what Brood Awakenings is, could you briefly describe what it is?
A little hometown coffee shop that sells sandwiches and beverages, a place for people to meet, do business, your kids to study, and a nice little hometown coffee shop.
And you're looking to establish one at 1234 Oakland Avenue?
Yep, we're acquiring the property. We're going to build a brand new location.
And just for the record, how many other stores you presently operate?
We have 3 right now. This will be 4th.
And this proposed location has a drive-through window affiliated with it, correct?
Yes, it does.
And do all your other Brood Awakenings have drive-through windows?
They do not. 2 do. The existing one in Cranston on 1200 Pontiac Ave does not have a drive-through.
And just for the record, where are the other 2 locations?
1577 Atwood Ave, Johnston, Rhode Island, and 1316 Bald Hill Road, Warwick, Rhode Island.
Okay, and as we said, you've entered into a purchase and sale agreement with Mr. Chin to acquire this property.
That's correct.
And if the board sees fit to grant this minor land development project tonight with the zoning relief sought, it would be your intention to go forward, complete your transaction, and build the new store as proposed.
That would be correct.
And prior to us getting here this evening, you worked with Dupree Engineering on the proposed concept plan that's on the screen, as well as, do we have elevations available, Jonas?
I did not add them to the slides, no.
Basically, you're proposing a 2-story building, correct?
That's correct, with the basement.
And what I'd like you to do is just briefly, in narrative fashion, just walk the planning commission through the project. We'll get to the zoning relief in a minute, but just describe what, what attributes of this plan that, you think are important for them to consider.
Yeah, well, number one, you see the 2 curb cuts that we have there. That whole project is riddled with curb cuts. They're excessively long. We had to move the front curb cut all the way over to the center because of the relief that was granted to the new credit union that'll be on the left side of us or north side of us. They ended up moving 10 feet closer to our property line with their curb cut. So that forced us to make our existing curb cut in the center, which is actually, it works out really well. It's as wide as it can be. It meets all code and variances, so that's pretty good. And it closes up all the other curb cuts that are on that road now that you can drive in. On the south side, there is another curb cut that Louis had mentioned all the way on the top of the top right-hand corner. We decided to get rid of that one for a couple of reasons, exactly there. One, because it's too close to the neighbors. We don't want people going in and out of the neighbors. We want to be as good of a neighborhood business as we possibly can. So we moved and just took the existing one that's already there, as you can see on the left side of that screen, and we put it there. Now, the reason we had to do that and putting a drive-through in, there were a couple things that you have to look at. One, you got to meet DOT requirements of stacking of cars from an order board. And it's different from a couple different businesses, but in ours, it's excessive of 8 cars. So that's number one. So we had to have a stacking lane for cars to go in. Two, you have to have an audio board. And originally the code was written that the audio board had to be 100 feet from the property line. The main reason that was written because audio boards were very loud and screaming and it was a nuisance to the neighbors. Our audio board is dead center in the middle. You'll see the first car on the back of the drive-through. It's literally against the back wall. We have 29 feet there at that location. So that's where we put our audio board and our speaker. That allows us to have stacking from that audio board all the way down that lane coming out. I think we meet almost 13 cars, which is one of the best stacking situations you can find in the state of Rhode Island. And no cars would be out in the parking lot. The reason we were able, one of the benefits that we were able to put that board all the way in the back and make it work is the new technology that's out there now with speaker systems. You don't have to be 100 feet away from a property line. Cranston's code is 65 decibels at night and 60 decibels during the day by the time you get to the property line. The new system that we're putting in, you guys might have it on there showing the speaker system, but if you don't, I'm going to go through it anyways. By the time you get 16 feet out from our wall where the speaker is, we will have already been below the 60 decibels. We'd be at 60 decibels at 16 feet. If you have the active volume control that's on our new system, it drops down all the way to 38 decibels. So by the time you get to the property line, we're nowhere near what is, we actually exceed the code requirement that you have in this, the town or the city of Cranston. The only way to make the property work in doing a project like this, you have to have the ability to build a store, A, that's big enough, and B, have a drive-through component to make it work. How we differ than a lot of other places, whether it be a Chick-fil-A or a Dunkin' Donuts, they have thousands of cars go through their locations every day. We don't have that. We might have 20, 30 cars, maybe 40 cars an hour that'll go through. We're a different type business. We're considered fast food, but we make a lot of stuff from scratch or building sandwiches. So we can't pump out food like a Dunkin' Donuts or a Chick-fil-A does and have traffic. So even though we have a drive-through, it's not an excessively busy drive-through location. The other thing that we did by moving that building off the property line on both sides, we allowed it so that a fire truck literally can drive through that drive-through lane or cut up in the middle of the property and go all the way around the property if there was ever need to. You also have, as you turn that first drive-through lane, you see where the grass ends and there's kind of like a hashed out area. Cars that are in the drive-through, they're waiting. If they have to get out, they can. They don't have to get stuck there like, Dunkin' Donuts down the street. Once they get in it, they can't get out of it. You're stuck on that. The other part of the project on the backside for sound that we're doing, and Mark will talk about this a little bit more, but we got greenery shrubs going up. There's about a 2-foot wall that's not on our property. It's on the neighbor's property directly behind us. I think it runs most of the way down there. Tonight, they just granted us access to put our fence on top of that stone wall. So that'll bring our 6-foot fence that we're proposing up to about an 8-foot height. And I think a couple other things. We made the parking really easy to get in and out. All the parking spots are oversized. They're not tight. They're not 8-foot spots where you're door dinging cars. You can't carry a cup of coffee in and out. Large trucks can fit in almost any of them. We're only required to have 2 handicap parking spots based on our size of our building and what we're doing. We put 4 handicap spots in, and we made every single one of them a van handicap accessible. So they're 11 feet with an 8-foot unloading zone between the two of them. So we exceed the handicap by 100% with spaces, and we exceed the size of them on 3 of them more than what would be needed. All the other spaces are anywhere from 9.5, 10 feet wide. Every parking space is at least, I think, 18 feet deep, 19 feet deep. Yeah, some are even 20. So if you have big cars or big trucks, they're not hanging out. And we have 26 feet between, and this is minimum because 2 of the spots have a little bit more, but 26 feet when you're backing up. Code is 24. We exceeded it, so it's easy to get your cars in and out. All of that helps so that when you're driving in or out of that property, you don't have to make a whole bunch of turns to get out or worry about your car. You can do it with ease. So it'll be good for us for business, and it'll be good for keeping traffic flow moving forward. The exit on the right-hand side that Louis talked about, that's an exit only. We'll make sure we have all proper signage on that so that no one's pulling in there other than what he talked about, the large trucks, fire trucks, stuff like that, that would need it for access. I think that's about it, unless you have any more questions.
just so everybody's clear looking at this plan, so the stacking lane is on the right-hand side of the plan as we're looking at it. You can see the vehicles identified along the back of the building, correct? And they would come around and the pickup window would be where those arrows are on the left-hand side?
Yeah, where the arrows are on the left-hand side, there'll be two pickup windows. This is exactly what we put into our Johnson location on 1577 Atwood Ave. But this is one step better. You pull up to the first window to pay and grab your product. If it's not ready, you move forward to the second window and then we hand it off to you. The next car that pulls up to the first window has the ability, if they grab their coffee or their sandwiches ready, to just move over to the right and drive on out and leave, allowing the other cars from the back and the order boards to continue to move forward. So there's, at no point does anybody get stuck in line if they're waiting for something, where you got to wait for the next guy to get their coffee before you can go. So that also is a traffic relief on the property and for people to get in and out, so you have better circulation and timing, which traffic engineer will talk about as well.
I just want to talk briefly about the proposed signage. I don't know if we have that available, but in the plan package we submitted, you're allowed to have 30 feet of wall signage. We're asking for relief. We're proposing two wall signs, one on the front of the building and one on the side. Is that correct?
Yes, and with the signage on the main road and on Oak Hill Drive, based because it's two roads, we have the ability to put two additional pylon signs up with 50 square feet, I believe, on each. We're going to hand that back and not do that. We don't want to see the clutter on the road. We don't think it looks good. The signs going on the building are basically like we do at our other stores. It's the name Brewed Awakenings Coffee House. They're high-density foam letters that go on, so they're nice-looking signs. Even though it takes up a lot of space, because you have to measure a sign in a square on how it goes by the biggest letter that's tall or small. It's not that much signage out there, but when you measure it that way, it is.
So to be clear, we're not proposing any pylon signs.
Zero. I do not want the clutter on the road. I don't think it looks good.
Just to round out the discussion, if you're able to construct this facility, approximately how many employees would you anticipate having?
30, 35, could be 40, depending on how busy we are, but it will be no less than 30 people that will employ, new employees, and probably most of them full-time.
And what do you anticipate your hours of operation would be?
Right now, probably 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning we'll open. It varies right now depending on, staffing issues. We used to be open at 5 at all our stores. Now it's 5:30, 6 o'clock, depending on the store. So anywhere from 5:30, I would say, all the way up to 10, 11 o'clock would probably be normal. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we could be that, 9, 10, 11. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we could end up closing 6 o'clock like we do at our other stores.
And when we met with the neighbors, the discussion about the hours for the drive-through, could you share whatever your thoughts are on the hours of the drive-through?
Yeah, currently, right now, all of our locations, let me back up a second. We used to be open from 5 in the morning to 11 o'clock at night pre-COVID. Once COVID hit, the rules changed with staffing. We had to move our staff down to the hours where we needed them. So company-wide, we're 5:36. We never do a lot of business at night, even when, for the years that we had the drive-throughs open. So we offered to close the drive-through down at 6 o'clock. So now neighbors don't have to worry about cars driving around the back, or an audio board wouldn't even be used. Which that's before the time when you'd have to go down below that 65 decibel, which in the city of Cranston is 7 o'clock, 7 p.m.
Okay. I don't have any other questions of Mr. Lethake right now. With permission, I'll ask.
Thank you.
Mark, you want to just come up for 1 second? This is Mark Butler from Matunic Designs. He's our landscape architect. Mark, could you just talk briefly about some of the approaches you and Dave took with respect to landscaping this site?
Sure. Do we have the landscape plan we can bring up there?
Probably not.
I do not know.
Okay. Work with what you got.
Sure. Dave has already talked about how we want to be very kind to our neighbors. To the east, we have the residential property. So along that, we got clearance. So along that existing retaining wall, we got permission today, so we can put the fence on top of that retaining wall. That's gonna give us 8 feet. On the inside of that fence, we're gonna have a row of arborvitae's that should get to be about 12 feet tall, so that'll be a solid wall of green. That'll help with noise abatement coming off of the soundboard. As you move to the south of the property, coming in off of Oak Hill, we really want to just have a continuation of that, the evergreen, or not the evergreen, but the canopy of street trees and bigger trees within that neighborhood. So we brought down a few different street trees approved by Providence Forester. They're very suited to urban sites. We have a couple of other trees within the property and then 2 out on the corners out on Oak Lawn. There's grass buffer strips in some of the tighter areas because we don't want to have whatever plantings we're proposing to put in there be subject to salt and snow plowing, and that those little small beds can get beat up. So Dave takes impeccable care of his properties. We've got irrigation going in there, nice green grass. It can easily be replaced and maintained. And then within some of the other planting areas, as you go in along the queuing lane, we have a couple of trees in there and some evergreen shrubs. So basically it's very buffered coming out of the residential property or residential neighborhood. And then as you get onto Oak Lawn, it picks up the characteristic of Oak Lawn Ave.
One of the conditions, the staff recommendation was about some low-lying shrub along the front. We're proposing some street trees, is that correct?
We've got a street tree on either corner. So at the entrance over onto Oak Hill, we have a tree lilac there. It'll stay low underneath the power lines. It also is very durable for urban environments. We have another matching one over on the north corner of Oak Lawn. And then that strip between the sidewalk and the parking, that's fairly narrow. So we really want to keep that as grass. It's easier to maintain. It won't get beat up with snow loads, salt, sand, all that kind of stuff.
So in your opinion, as a landscape architect, the recommendation of staff, is it fair to say that you think the approach you're taking here is more appropriate than what's recommended there?
We certainly do.
Just with respect to the back wall issue, Mr. Chairman, this is Mrs. LaPazia from 73 Rose Hill Drive here earlier. They sat through the Alpine Estates discussion and then left. We met with them before we left today to come to the neighborhood meeting. There is in the landscape plan, there is a detail sheet of the proposed fence to the park right here.
That's right.
Can you just briefly describe that?
It's a very classical looking, durable, solid board fence. It's made out of composite. It has an aluminum frame around it. Very durable, very, very classic looking. It's very nice.
And so in the staff recommendation, they cited, recommended some type of stockade fencing. In terms of aesthetics and appearance and durability, is the fence that you proposed here, do you think, more appropriate for this use?
I do.
I should also say with respect to one of the concerns the LaPazia's have is their property kind of spans the back of the credit union property and the Brood Awakenings. They don't run the whole run of the back of the Brood Awakenings. What Mr. LeVake and I discussed with them that we would reach out to, because we're happy to work with them on it, weed control. I offered that we reach out to the credit union people who are probably on start in October. Mr. LeVake has had discussions with them, and we'll try and work with them so that we don't have a mosaic of different type of fencing there. So we would do that, but one of the considerations was they were willing that their fence is in disrepair, so they're happy to see a new fence, and they're happy to allow us to utilize the wall to give us a greater height behind the building. Any other questions for Bob at this time? Our last witness is Paul Bannon from Crossman Engineering. Mr. Bannon has been qualified as a traffic expert for as long as Steve Marcello has had some law. I've worked with Mr. Bannon on many commercial projects. He has submitted a traffic report. I would have to qualify him, but I'd ask the commission to consider qualifying his traffic.
Are there any questions regarding this witness's credentials as an expert? And if not, can we have a motion to qualify him as an expert in
In
traffic?
recollection, he hasn't been qualified before the planning commission, but I know he has been for the zoning. And I've worked with another communities in France.
Commissioner Matus?
Yeah, maybe redundant, but I will qualify Mr. Bannon as a traffic engineer.
Is there a second for that? Commissioner Zadelis, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Please proceed.
I'm going to allow you to outline your findings, Mr. Chairman, just some preliminary questions. You're familiar with the property 1234 Oakland Avenue?
Yes, I am.
You're familiar with the proposed route awakenings and the plans that are submitted to the board this evening?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with the general character of Route 5 in this area of France?
Very much so.
And you've worked on other projects along this state out?
Yes, and the Department of Transportation, I recently worked on the roadway improvement project that was just completed.
And I'll let you go through your report, but just with respect to the design of the site plan that is before the board this evening, have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, we work closely with the pre-engineering on the access design.
And would it be your opinion that the circulation as designed and the proposed curb cuts are appropriate for this use in this location?
Yes, we've implemented access management techniques, reducing existing curb cuts, which the Department of Transportation is always looking for to reduce vehicle conflicts and turning conflicts. So yes, we feel comfortable that the design as proposed will provide safe and adequate access to the property.
With that said, I'll let you put your findings in the plan.
Much of what I was going to say was already spoken to in both David and Louis, so I'll minimize my effort here. Just briefly going over what we do as part of completing a traffic impact study. We conducted a review of the site plans and worked with the pre-engineering on the driveway access to ensure that safe and adequate access can be provided. We conducted site visits various times of the day to see what's going on the property today, existing roadway conditions. We counted automatic traffic report accounts on Oakland Ave to determine the volume of traffic that service on the roadway and the peaking characteristics. We also counted the Oak Hill Drive intersection with Oakland Ave during the daily peak hours. We obtained accident data from the police department to determine if there were any safety concerns along this section of Oakland Ave. And then we developed trip generation estimates so we could understand the type of traffic that would be generated from this use using ITE trip generation methods and also operational data that was provided by the owner. Because as Mr. LeVake had indicated, it's a coffee shop. It's not a Dunkin' Donuts. It's a different environment, different type of clientele of people that go there to have a sandwich, sit, study, read a book. It's that type of environment versus a high turnover sit down restaurant. And then we assess the safety and operations. Generally, the site is located along a commercial area or section of Oakland Ave. The roadway is a 4-lane roadway, 48 feet wide, 35 miles per hour. This section of road services roughly 17,000 vehicles per day, which hasn't changed much over the last 2 decades since I've been working on projects along this section of road. Going over the site plan, I won't be repetitive to the driveways, the access and whatever, but we worked with them to come up with a plan that improved existing conditions with the number of driveways, reducing them and providing proper access for avoiding turning conflicts, as indicated with the credit union next door. Their driveways pretty close to our northerly property line, so we couldn't introduce a driveway over in that area. So we centralized the driveway access between Oak Hill and that northern property line to avoid turning conflicts. Briefly going over trips, we use the ITE trip generation methods, which would generate for the size of the use higher volumes of traffic estimated. We would estimate based on operational data as other facilities
between 30 and 50 customers per hour during those peak periods, which he said he opens up at 5:36 in the morning, that mid-morning, 8 to 9 a.m. for the coffee shop. And then he has the midday lunch period. And then he tapers off over the course of the day. As he indicated, he'll typically, or will close the drive-through after 6 p.m. So that's what we expect for the type of traffic and volume of traffic serviced. The drive-through is adequate for his business, which isn't a Dunkin', where you may have 10 to 13 cars, or a Starbucks in the queue. He meets the DOT standard of 10 from the order board, so we'll be fine with the Department of Transportation. Based on that volume in the driveway and the roadway volume on Oaklawn Ave, the driveway will operate, typically, depending on the course of the day, over the course of the day, a 15 to 30-second delay, typical of any driveway along that section of road. So you'll typically expect 1 or 2 vehicles on the driveway waiting to access the main roadway. So with that, we feel that safe and adequate access can be provided. The Department of Transportation will be reviewing the application to ensure that occurs. With that,
Thank you, Paul. Just a couple of final comments, if I might. I want to note that Mr. Barone did testify that we did receive our DEM permit in the last day or so. I did provide it late today to the planning staff. And we also received a notification from Veolia Water that sewers were available at the site. I also provided that to the staff as part of, and I'm not going to have Mr. Barone come back up. As part of our submission, we provided a stormwater management report and operation manual that was provided to DEM, but the city, it's also been submitted to the city for their review and use. My notes here, I can't read anymore. As Mr. Bannon just said, we will be obtaining a physical alteration permit from DOT. They've been working on a bridge in East Providence, and they've been a little hard to get focused on this particular project. So we'll continue to persevere on that, but we will produce that for the city. Finally, just with respect to the conditions, and I know Jonas will go back over them. We'd ask that with respect to condition 3, that spoke to an 8-foot solid wall, given the willingness of the neighbor to work with us on we had proposed a 6-foot. If we could stay with the 6-foot as proposed on the wall, that I think will address the issue. And as Mr. Butler said, the staff suggested some shrubs no more than 4 feet in front of the building, and given the heavy traffic, salt plowing, the proposed landscape plan, we'd ask consideration to allow that condition not to be imposed. Lastly, with respect to the variances that were sought, I think we touched upon all of them. Mr. LeVay talked about the sound system, the speaker system within 100 feet of a residential use, as well as the signage request. We believe the signage to be appropriate for this use and location. The remaining, obviously the size of the lot being less than 40,000 for a restaurant with a drive-through facility. I'm sure I could cite and have been involved in numerous drive-through facilities in Cranston that do not meet the 40,000 square feet. I can think of several Taco Bells that I've done, but we are limited by this property. Its curvature along Oak Hill Drive. If it was squared, we might be closer to the 40,000, but it isn't. As I said at the beginning, the landscaping design standards that we are asking for relief from under normal circumstances, we'd be going to the Development Plan Review Committee and asking for waivers for some of those. I think when you look at the overall landscaping package, it's worthy of considering the dimensional, the relief that's being asked. And the driveway opening on Oak Hill Drive for self-explanatory. It exists today. We've eliminated other curb cuts. And for that reason, we'd ask that the relief being asked be granted in block. There is, with respect to the standards for these conditions, you know, the relief being asked is due to the unique characteristics of this subject land and not the general character of the area. There's been no prior acts of the applicant that would cause the hardship is not the result of any prior acts of the applicant. We believe that if granted, the variances would not alter the general character of the commercial area. And lastly, Mr. Levesque has given a lot of consideration to the plan that's been submitted and designed here. We don't have a lot of flexibility in terms of going forward here. So if the variances were not granted, it would amount to more than a mere inconvenience, meaning his reasonable enjoyment of the permitted use would be impaired. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to answer any questions or any of our witnesses of the board. Thank you.
Does any commissioner have questions for Mr. Attorney Murray or any of the witnesses? Commissioner Frias?
This will be about a 5-minute speed round. First thing is to the engineer, Mr. Barone. Okay, so this is gonna be quick. I'm gonna try to, because everyone's getting late. It starts out with 100% impervious surface. After all this, is it going to be about 90% impervious surface? Is that what it's going to be?
Correct. I believe the number is 10.2% landscaping within the property line.
Thank you.
Total project area, including the rights of way, we're at about 14.8% landscaped area.
You indicated that there'll be a 20% decrease in stormwater runoff. Could you just give an explanation to the average person like myself? What would that mean? Like, how would an average person notice that? What does that mean for that community, that area?
Sure. So truthfully, on Oak Lawn Avenue, it's probably a drop in the bucket. But, 20% at a 100-year storm is pretty significant for the amount of water coming off the property onto Oak Lawn Avenue. And again, a large portion of that will be conveyed underground now instead of, so of that 80% remaining, a good portion of that will now be conveyed underground through stormwater pipes instead of over the curb onto the street and through the gutter.
Thank you. My next line of questions is for Mr. Levesque on the speaker thing. On page 3 of the report you provided, you had the do's and don'ts in regards to sound levels. How many of the do's are you doing here?
Let's see, do's and don'ts. Let's take a look. You guys don't have that on the screen there? Oh, I got it. How many, which one do you want to know about?
You got 4 do's. I just want to know what do's are you doing?
Speaker post. Yes, it'll be close, it's close to the wall, allows outbound to be kept to a minimum. We're doing that. Brick or concrete on the wall, I don't know what our use is on the wall yet. We haven't determined materials, but whatever we will use will also be as absorbing as brick or concrete. There'll be no steel back there or anything like that on the outside. So that'll be a do. Just in the outbound level to a minimum necessary. This is exactly what we're doing with this new system, that literally you get 84 decibels coming out of the speaker at 1 foot. By the time you get 16 feet out there, you're at 60 decibels, which already meets the code to the property line, which should be 60. So that gives it, I think, 13 feet before the property line, we're down to 60. This new system, you see on the top of that page, has the active volume control operation. That will drop your volume down on the speaker by 15 decibels. So ambient sound decibels, let's say rain, normal day, it's raining out, it's gonna be anywhere from 48 to 50 decibels, sound pressure waves, sound pressure levels. This will be, our speaker would be 15 decibels above that, which is really drastically low. So by the time you get out to 17 feet with the car there and the board right against the wall, we'll be down to about 38 decibels.
And on regards to the don'ts, you got 5 don'ts here. Are you doing other don'ts?
Yeah, facing the speaker post toward busy streets. Nope, there's no busy street there. So it's quiet back there. There's no traffic back there. So even without the active volume control on, we meet the requirements. If we were turned around and we were on the main road, the ambient noise would be higher. So then therefore even your active volume control, which would never go above if it was not turned on, above what it should be, but it would end up being high. But because we're located behind the building and you don't have noise, there's no generators, no traffic, we got nothing to worry about on the first one on the don'ts. Place the speaker on a curved lane. We're not doing the speaker on a curved lane. We're on a straight wall, so we're not doing that. Face the speaker, drive through, adjusting residents. It is facing residents, but giving what we have for barriers of a fence, of trees, and this new system with the active volume control, we exceed the requirements of what your sound decibel level should be by. So we meet that. Turn the outbound high level, higher than necessary. No, we have no desire to do that. So we're not going to do that. Rely on vegetation to reduce sound. No, we're not just relying on vegetation to do sound. There's a little bit of a stone wall out there. There's a 6-foot fence going out there. In that 6-foot fence, we were just given approval today from the neighbors to go on top of that wall. So it'd be 8. We do have greenery, which, Mark had posed all the abrevieties that are going around there. So we're not just relying on that. And we have that high-tech system that we're putting in.
Last question for you. I believe I heard your testimony correctly that you have had discussions with the neighbors and agreed that you would not have your drive-through operating after 6 p.m. at night. Is that correct?
That's correct. We offered that. They didn't ask for that. We offered that as a courtesy to be a good neighbor.
And would you agree to that as a condition?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you. Traffic? Hello, sir. Very quickly, I noticed the lettering on page 15 where you basically indicate what the letter grade for traffic is and what it's going to be in the future. One of them is a D, but am I correct? Is that currently it's a C and the difference is basically about 4 seconds?
The threshold is 25 for CD, so it's just right on the border, so you'd never know the difference.
That's right. When you did the estimation, I kind of lost myself here. I'm trying to figure this out. Are you basing it on a coffee shop in general or on Brood Awakenings at other locations?
Our analysis was based on the ITE, which would include the higher volume.
So it's a more conservative estimate?
Correct. If you look at our table on page 11, we show the difference where ITE use would generate roughly 150 trips in the peak hour. But based on operational data from Mr. Levesque, we would anticipate 88 total trips during the peak period. And that's the 30 to 50 customers per hour.
And last question on end of page 15, you said that this will operate with acceptable delays with average queuing of 1 to 2 vehicles. What do you mean queuing of 1 to 2 vehicles? Like, are you talking about 1 to 2 vehicles on the middle of Oakland Ave trying to get, okay.
On the driveway, waiting to exit the property.
Okay, so it's not people trying to get in, trying to drive down Oakland Ave. You mean people trying to get out of the facility?
Correct.
Okay.
That's where the delay occurs on an unsignalized intersection, except for the left turn in, which would have to wait for opposing traffic. But with the traffic signals to the north and south, they create sufficient gaps in traffic along that segment.
All right, thank you. That's all my questions.
The other commissioners, Commissioner Lanfair.
One quick one, Mr. Barone, please. Does the proposed landscaping in the right-of-way on Oak Lawn Avenue narrow the existing pedestrian walkway or sidewalk?
There is currently no pedestrian walkway or sidewalk on Oak Lawn Avenue. It's, the property is parking lot is paved. This is a good photo here. The pavement goes all the way to the street. There's almost no curbing along the Oak Lawn Avenue parcel. And there's no active pedestrian sidewalk. So we're providing, a proper DOT approved sidewalk and landscaping within the right of way.
Any other questions? Okay, so, Commissioner Matus.
I'm thinking about making a condition of the approval, the physical alteration permit. Would there be any objection to that?
Okay, if there are no more questions from the commission, we will open up the floor to public comments from the public. Is there anyone from the public here to make a comment? Seeing none, I'll ask if there's anyone online.
There is no public comment.
In that event, I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Commissioner Lanfear, second, Commissioner Exeter, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. So we will move to the zoning request.
Zoning request, again, you can do, which there's no, yeah.
Yep, put the zoning
Okay,
request. which
zoning
can-
relief requested.
Can be done in one motion, and then with the motion, if you want any conditions, certainly make that with the motion.
I will ask if there's a motion to address the zoning relief requested.
Could I ask a question of the solicitor?
Of course.
The condition that I brought up about the six
Is it the
PM.
lightning round or
Yeah,
no,
that's-
just one?
The condition. The condition that I brought up about the six PM drive-through, is that better under zoning? or-
I asked Jason that. It's a zoning, it would be a zoning condition, correct?
Okay, thank you. What's the motion I need to make on zoning?
I would entertain a motion to grant the requested zoning relief,
Subject to,
subject to any conditions and recognizing the required findings.
correct, recognize and adopt, any staff findings. Make a motion to, grant the requested variances, subject to any conditions that you wish.
Okay, I'll try to make this motion. I would grant the variance, make all required findings. And in addition, add a condition that the drive-through not operate after six PM.
And is
An
there a
evening.
second for that motion? Commissioner Zadella seconds. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Now I'd ask for the staff recommendation on the development. Thank you.
Staff finds this proposal generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, the zoning ordinance, and the standards for required findings of facts set forth in Rhode Island General Law, Section 45-2360 and Section 3L of the Subdivision and Land Development Regulations. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of documented above and approve the minor land development project, preliminary plan submittal subject to the conditions denoted below. Conditions of approval, submission of letters of availability from the Providence Water Supply Board and Veolia Water for water and sewer availability respectively. Curb to curb pavement restoration shall occur as needed in accordance with and to the satisfaction of the Department of Public Works. This is actually, should be an 8-foot fence, not a 6-foot fence. An 8-foot solid wood fence shall be provided along abutting the easterly property line. The 8-foot is actually properly in the staff memo. So apologies for that again. 4 shrubs of no more than 4 4-foot 4-foot height shall be provided in the landscaped area along Oakland Avenue. The width of the landscape area shall be adjusted to provide appropriate space for the shrubs. The shrubs shall be native to New England and be appropriate for the conditions on of the site.
Okay, I will ask for a motion.
Could I ask for clarification?
Yes.
Are we I can't figure this out. We voting on the 6-foot?
So
Solid.
the applicant has requested that the commission amend those conditions. So if we have a motion, the commissioner who makes the motion could make a motion to approve with amended conditions, changing the 8-foot fence to a 6-foot fence and eliminating the shrubs.
They want 6 feet.
They want 6 feet and no shrubs. They want 8 feet and some shrubs.
I'll leave it to somebody else to make the motion.
I have a question. They're moving from 8-foot to 6-foot because of the 2-foot wall.
I don't know if that's why, but it would be, it would end up being the same.
So, and it doesn't have to be either or. You could have a 6-foot fence and with bushes. If you wish. You could have more than 4 bushes. You could have 2 bushes. You could, whatever you guys want.
I will make a motion to accept staff recommendation and amend the condition of a 8-foot fence to a 6-foot fence, as well as include a condition to have the physical alteration permit in hand.
And would that motion leave the condition of shrubs no more than 4 feet?
I may have missed the part where that was asked to be taken out.
It doesn't. It's up to you guys. That's entirely up to you guys.
I'll keep it in.
All right.
Is there a second for that motion? Commissioner Lanfair seconds. Any discussion?
Can I understand what is the problem with the shrubs before I vote on the shrub thing?
No,
Sure.
Bob, no.
I'd ask you to reopen the public comment because this is a problem for my client. It's a serious matter. It's on DOT land. There's a lot of issues here. Well, then.
You're gonna have to do
So-
that if you, because we closed public comment, you closed the hearing, so you'd have to do a motion to reopen. There was no testimony regarding the shrubs being on DOT land, so let's open it back up again.
Okay.
So
So that comment is enough to require us to reopen the public hearing?
you don't have to,
Okay.
but if you want an explanation, which at this point, it seems a logical thing to do.
I do have some notes about the
Okay.
shrubs, so I think we will ask for a motion to reopen the public comment. Commissioner Lanfair makes a motion. Commissioner Mancini seconds, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Attorney Murray, would you please explain the shrub issue?
I appreciate the consideration. And if I was not eloquent when I said these things, I apologize. First, I just want to clarify, the 6-foot fence is not a problem. The only question I would offer is, it said wood fence. Mr. Butler proposed it's a wood composite fence. I don't want to have any dispute later on. We spec the specific fence that I think the neighbors would like, so I just want to you know, it's, the detail sheet is on the landscape plan, so I don't want any confusion about that. The height is not the issue. So, the second part, we did not propose, first of all, we're not proposing any shrubs on our, any landscaping on our property. It's in the state right of way. We propose, Mr. Butler proposed street trees there, not low-lying, shrubs, for durability, a lot of sand, salt along there. We wanted to go with the street trees. And I can have Mark talk about it, but the landscape plan has the locations where we propose them. And the second issue is, Bannon says, you know, whatever condition you put on there, it has to be subject to approval from DOT. So that's another concern. So you've been very generous in your time tonight in consideration of we tried to address this ahead of time with those two conditions that we're trying to work for.
So if I can ask for some clarification here. Although the staff recommendation on the slide says 6-foot fence, in the staff memo, it says 8-foot fence. You're asking for a 6-foot fence, made of wood or a wood-like substance. And in place of the requirement for shrubs, no more than 4 feet from the, whatever the line was, you're asking for just to remove that condition.
And go with the landscape plan as prepared by Mr.
And go with that. Okay.
In that strip, we were just hoping to plant grass. That's a narrow strip.
Could you speak into the microphone?
Yeah. In that strip, we're proposing just grass. I think we've all seen examples of plazas being built where the shrubs and the plants are just trampled. They're beat up every spring. They're full of sand. Dave takes impeccable care of his property. He is going to do a great job taking care of the grass without the hassle of having a bunch of shrubs that are getting beat up. You can see places up and down Oak Lawn Ave right now where plants initially were there and now they're gravel. So we think that it's a nicer look. We think it's a nicer look, and we think that it's just going to hold up a lot better if he has the option of having grass.
Is there a particular wording then, Mr.
Sorry?
Murray? Is there a particular wording, Mr. Murray, or that you want us to use for that .4?
Yeah, we can omit number 4 on the conditions of approval to say that a grass strip provided rather than 4-foot shrubs, native, and all the rest.
Instead of 4 feet shrubs, you want
it-
grass strip.
We'd
Would
like
it
grass strip,
satisfy everyone to make the landscaping plan as proposed a condition of approval?
That would be sad.
That'd be great.
Okay, so, if we are finished here, I think we should have a motion to once again close the public hearing. So moved by Commissioner
Yeah, motion to
Mancini,
close public
seconded by
hearing.
Commissioner Exeter. All in favor? Nine. We had a motion on the floor from Commissioner Matus. Would you like to restate that motion?
Yeah, if I can do that. I will make a motion to take the positive staff recommendation, amending the conditions of approval to a 6-foot-high wood composite fence and change the condition 4 to state as presented on the landscape plan. And I want to add a 5th condition to have a physical alteration permit approved by the DOT.
Is it Commissioner Exeter who seconded that? Do we have a second? Commissioner Mancini seconded. Do you second the current motion? Is there any discussion on the current motion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next up on the agenda is McDonald's. That's been withdrawn.
McDonald's has been withdrawn by the applicant.
The next item, McDonald's, has been withdrawn by the applicant, so we will proceed to the request for an extension of time for Legion Bowl for approval of their master plan.
Just for the record, I have to recuse myself. Legion is a client of mine, so.
Is there anyone present to speak on the Legion Bowl extension?
Mr. Chairman, this is a, pretty much a pro forma, two-year extension for the master plan for the Legion Bowl site. Applicant is just keeping their application current and they're working towards that preliminary plan. So, staff recommends approval of the, two-year extension.
Is there a motion to approve a two-year extension for Legion Bowl?
Make a motion. to
Commissioner
approve.
Zadelis, is there a second? Commissioner Matus, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Zoning Board of Review recommendations. I guess this will be our last shot at this. Oh, when they're not unified. I got you. Okay, 495 investments to be continued pending completion of development plan review process.
They've also withdrawn. Jason, they've also withdrawn, right? 495 investments withdrew.
Yeah, 495, I guess we'll continue it because it's still on zoning's, agenda, but it really shouldn't be on the agenda because it's under the jurisdiction of DPR right now, so.
If it's on the agenda, continue to June for your request.
Okay,
It's not gonna be heard this month.
no, and it might not be heard next month either, so.
I guess it hasn't been withdrawn, but we need a motion to continue.
Is there a motion to continue 495 Investments LLC until the June meeting? Commissioner Mancini. Second. Commissioner Matus, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion approved. Next up, Craig Sroka, application to construct an attached two-story garage at 580 Natick Avenue. Applicant seeks relief and variances. Is there anyone present to speak on the matter? Is there anyone online?
There is no public comment.
Is there a motion?
Are we gonna get the report or are we doing Zoom?
We can just vote on the recommendations, just vote. There's no-
My name is Brianna Valcourt, Senior Planner, and I'll be outlining 580 Natick Avenue, which is a dimensional variance request located at 580 Natick Ave. This is a single lot under a single-family residential zone, A8. This under the future land use map, but is also single-family residential. This variance, dimensional variance request is to allow the relief from a setback requirement for an addition to a single-family home. This addition includes a 28-foot by 28-foot, two-story car garage with a playroom on the upper level. You can see the parcel here, the lot, and the lot here on the future land use map, still in single-family residential. Here is the property we are looking at, which is a corner lot, and therefore has two front setback requirements on either of its front sides. Here is the front view with looking towards the front of the house. I also included this other view. As you can see, I couldn't exactly get where the addition of the two, where the car garage is going, which is right at the top of this driveway. So I have you also able to look from a street view, kind of seeing the side of the house. If I moved any closer to the side of the house, we'd be looking right at that pole and camper. So I'm showing you the side of the house where they're going to attach the two-story car garage. Here's the site plan, which outlines some of the setback requirements, which is what we do need relief from. And here is the site showing the car garage to the south of the house. Here's a floor plan of just the addition. And here is the final elevation, including the addition of this two-story car garage. The applicant has requested for specific relief regarding the schedule of use and intensity regulations as well as variances. Staff has reviewed this application and deems it compatible with the general character of the neighborhood. The property and surrounding area are in residential in nature and do not propose or encourage any incompatible uses. The future land use map designates the subject property as supposed to be single-family residential, thank you. This, per the comprehensive plan, the A8 zoning district is appropriate for this single-family addition. Staff finds that this application is directly consistent with future land use map, and granting relief would be consistent with the comprehensive plan elements and goals such as the housing goal 2 and policy 2.2, which encourage multiple uses, multiple objectives. And in accordance with the Rhode Island General Law 4524-41B and Section 17.9210A of the zoning ordinance, staff finds this application generally consistent with the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan and is compatible with the general character of the surrounding neighborhood. Staff therefore recommends that the City Plan Commission adopts the findings of fact documented above and forward a positive recommendation on the application of the zoning board review.
Are there any questions? Commissioner Lanfear.
Did the report say what the degree of variance was that they were seeking?
Oh, yeah, I can outline that for you. So let me show you. So, because this is a corner lot, it has two frontages basically. On the side, on the bottom of this plan, they are showing a setback from that street, which is under 25 feet. They have a proposed setback of around 21 at the greatest, and I believe it says 24 and 21. So where we should see 25 feet, they're at 24, 21 and 24. That is the only variance requested.
Other questions? Is there a motion on this request to make a recommendation to the zoning board? Commissioner Frias,
Positive recommendation.
is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Matus. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Yeah, there's one more. Okay, I did not order. That's my bad. Oh my God. Oops, sorry.
Okay, and the final item is, request for a recommendation to the zoning board from Tyler Corsi. Application request permission to construct an addition with a side yard setback of 6.6 feet where 10 feet is required at 94 Woodmont Drive.
This is a relatively simple application, so I'm going to try to go through it relatively quickly. Like they said, it is on 94 Woodmont Avenue. And it's basically just constructing an addition to the rear of the building. This is the zoning map, zoned A8, future land use map, single family zoning. This is the area of the existing property, street view from the front. The addition is in the rear, so this is not really going to change. The proposed addition is the little box with the dashed line. It's just adding an extra kitchen and a master bedroom on the rear. As you'll see, north and south, the lot line, the distance to the lot lines is not going to change. They're proposing to keep it the same as it already is, but since they are extending the building, I guess that means they need to request a variance. Again, this is the distances to lot lines is already pre-existing non-conforming. That is not going to change with this application. Right, the other request was also lot coverage. They are slightly increasing the lot coverage by 3%. They're already pre-existing non-conforming, and they will be requesting to be slightly more non-conforming to reach the 37 to build this addition. And we've reviewed this application. Doesn't really change much about the character of the neighborhood. Will not propose any undue nuisances. And will not change anything about the density since it's just an addition in the rear. It's relatively consistent with the comp plan. So recommendation, in accordance with Rhode Island General Law, Section 45, 24, 41B, and Section 1792, 10A of the zoning ordinance, staff finds this application is generally consistent with the goals and purposes of the comprehensive plan, is compatible with the general character of the surrounding neighborhood. Staff therefore recommends that the City Planning Commission adopt the findings of facts documented above and forward a positive recommendation on the application to the Zoning Board of Review.
Are there any questions or comments from the commission? Is there a motion? Commissioner
Make a
Sell.
motion to approve the positive recommendation.
Shouldn't we ask for public comment on the TV screen?
I don't, are these public hearings?
They're not.
Because there's somebody on there waiting.
Who am I to break tradition? Is there anyone on Zoom who'd like to comment on this application?
Through the chair, if I can just give a reminder to the public, please use the raise hand function if you would like to speak. And there is no public comment.
Okay, hearing no public comment, is there a second to Commissioner Zadelis's motion to? Thank you, Commissioner Matus. All in favor of a positive recommendation? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Staff directors, planning directors report.
Very briefly, you know that Ken is no longer with us. I had him here tonight because I thought he had a couple of applications he had to present as a favor, but he actually didn't have anything, so he just came to see us all. We are in the process of soliciting for his replacement. That might prove difficult. But so for the near future, we are short-staffed again. We're down 2 full-time positions right now. Beyond that, I don't really have anything else to say at this time.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, hold on. One final thing on the agenda. We had noted the next meeting is on June 4th. It's actually June 6th, Thursday, the 6th.
We need to approve that change? Okay. Then I would really appreciate a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Aye.